Good evening and welcome to the regular public meeting for the Halton District School Board. It is Wednesday, November the 4th, 2020. We are conducting this meeting in a blended model, as you will see by some of the background. So mine is completely blank. I have flags over there. Trustees Shuttleworth, Rocha, Garrett, Vice Chair Harrison, and myself, along with Director Miller, are attending this meeting in the boardroom at the JW Singleton Center. Though recently the Minister of Education extended the ability of boards to continue fully remote meetings until the end of the 2020-2021 school year, so we may want to revisit this practice and weigh the pros and cons of the way we're doing things. If you do have any questions about the content of our meetings, this is to the public, please reach out to your local trustee or myself after the meeting. As per all of our board meetings, this meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the hdsb.ca website. As these virtual meetings are long and hyper-focused, I will be calling at least one 5-minute recess during the course of this meeting this evening. At this time, I will take roll call. Trustees, please answer as I call your name in alphabetical order by last name. Trustee Amos.
Hello, everyone.
Trustee Collard.
Hello.
Trustee Daniele.
Hello, I'm here.
Vice Chair Al Harrison.
Hi.
Trustee Garrett.
Joining virtually, thank you.
Trustee Gray.
Present, thank you.
Trustee Oliver.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Reynolds.
Hello, everybody.
Trustee Rocha.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Good evening.
Trustee Taylor. Trustee Taylor, I know you were on. Are you? I wonder if Trustee Taylor I just can't hear him. He is, oh, there.
Excuse me, sorry, I'm here. My mic wasn't working.
Okay, no problem. And Trustee Vidyalankara.
Hi, everyone.
Excellent. Okay. Director Miller, could you please note the senior staff that are here and any other staff that are joining us in this meeting?
Thank you, Chair Drabentz. All superintendents are here this evening. In addition, Manager Director's Office Gail Gortmaker and Dr. Jewel Amoa, our Human Rights and Equity Advisor, and General Manager Thibault of Planning is also on the call, or on at the meeting.
Thank you very much. So this week is Treaties Recognition Week. It runs from the 2nd to the 8th of November. The Halton District School Board is committed to ensuring our staff and students are provided with meaningful opportunities to learn about the importance of treaties. The land and treaty acknowledgement used by the Halton District School Board was developed with elders, knowledge guides, and guidance from the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. This statement recognizes the historical and current treaty relationships in the area the Halton District School Board encompasses. It is important for everyone to understand the significance of treaties, that they are applicable today, and that they ensure the rights of many First Nations people. As part of honoring our commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action and Treaties Recognition Week, Halton District School Board schools have been asked to display the flag of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation in their building. The flag is also currently on display at the board office at the JW Singleton Center. With that, Trustee Rocha will be honoring the land this evening.
Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern traditions of many First Nations and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Attawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis, these lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the four directions, land, waters, plants, animals, ancestors that walked before us, and all the wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us.
Thank you very much. Are there any possible conflicts of interest this evening? Looking to the speakers list. Enter the screen. Seeing none. Next, we are up to the agenda. Trustee Oliver, would you like to move a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, I move the motion.
Thank you. Trustee Gray, would you like to second this motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion at all on the agenda? Trustee Garretts, I see you on the list, but I think that might be for something else. Okay, that's okay. Thank you. So then I'll just call the question. All those in favor? I am missing one person, I believe. I'm not sure. Trustee Taylor, how do you feel about the agenda this evening?
Sorry, my voting form doesn't seem to be opening. I am for this. I approve.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So that carries unanimously. We are adopting this agenda. So we have one Inspire Award presentation this evening. And so everyone in the Halton District School Board community can nominate or be nominated. Families, neighbors, related organizations, staff, students, and school volunteers. The Inspire Award is given to an individual or group that is formally or informally associated with the Halton District School Board, who support our students and their achievements through exemplary, caring initiative, innovation, and creativity. Tonight we have one recipient to honor, and that is Margaret, also known as Maggie Ward, and Trustee Reynolds will be providing information about this nominee. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Ward is a teacher at Sir Ernest Macmillan Public School. This award is for Maggie's time as a teacher at Aldershot Elementary School. Maggie takes on various roles within the school, from classroom and student success teacher, librarian, literacy lead, IT lead, mentor, and more. She has been instrumental in implementing school, board, and ministry initiatives, and colleagues say her valued contributions have elevated the quality of teaching and learning at the school. Maggie motivates and inspires teachers and students with her innovative and creative ideas, and she works tirelessly to ensure the success of all students. Maggie provides engaging learning activities along with opportunities for students to extend their learning through Bex Robotics, Red Maple, IT experts, and many more. She is committed to recognizing and celebrating students' achievements and was instrumental in producing an outstanding and memorable online graduation ceremony for the grade 8 families. It was excellent. Maggie continues to demonstrate an unwavering commitment and dedication to her students and staff. Thank you, Maggie Ward. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Maggie. is excellent that you have been honored for your outstanding support for Halton District School Board students' achievement and well-being. So for everyone watching, please do continue to nominate people or organizations who support students and their achievements through exemplary caring, initiative, innovation, and creativity. Nomination forms are available through the hdsb.ca website. So we have no delegations this evening, but we have 3 presentations. The first is Dr. Magani, Halton Region Medical Officer of Health, and I was wondering if Superintendent Ruddock would be introducing.
It would be my pleasure to introduce Dr. Magani. We have the great pleasure of working very closely with public health since the onset of the pandemic back in March of 2020, and public health and Dr. Magani has been an outstanding support in the reopening of our schools and the success in reopening our schools. And so it's with great pleasure that I introduce Dr. Magani.
So thank you so much for that very kind introduction, and through you, Trustee Grubbank, Chair Grubbank, I should say. I'd like to wish everyone a good evening. I'm here this evening to provide an update on the pandemic and how we're working with the Halton District School Board to support students, educators, and their families during this very challenging time. Keeping schools open is a priority for me, and this is why my staff and I are working very hard to ensure we all understand the issues and the importance of current health measures. So I'm going to provide an overview of the current status of the pandemic and review recent changes. I'll also touch briefly on our roles and how we're working together with schools to address the pandemic. We'll also have the opportunity to address the questions that you submitted in advance. So now for some technical information. This graph shows the number of new cases of COVID-19 reported per day among Halton residents over the course of the pandemic. By the end of day on November the 2nd, Halton had seen over 2,300 cases of COVID-19. This includes 283 active cases and 36 deaths. The 7-day rolling average peaked in April and then began to decline and remained low over the summer. The 7-day average then began increasing again in September, as you can see with the blue line, rising to a new all-time high in the past few days, when the 7-day average reached 37.9 new cases per day. This next slide shows the cumulative case count in Halton broken down by age. You can see that beginning in September, the number of cases among the younger age groups, 0 to 19, 20 to 39, and 40 to 59, began to sharply increase, while cases among older adults, 60 and older, experienced less change. This tells us that the increasing rolling average we saw in the previous slide was initially driven by cases among people under the age of 60. This is consistent with provincial trends. However, we began to see cases among older adults rise in October, which reflects a pattern we have typically seen throughout the pandemic, where increasing community spread does eventually make its way to older adults who are at greater risk for complications and severe outcomes. When I presented to the school boards in late August as part of the reopening, Halton residents aged 0 to 19 accounted for only 7% of cases, even though they account for 24% of the population in Halton. Given the increases we saw on the previous slide in cases among younger people, residents aged 0 to 19 now account for 16% of Halton's cases. Before I go further, I'd like to take a moment to talk about COVID-19 and children. You may wonder whether this increase starting in the fall was driven by children returning to school. While we are still learning a lot about COVID-19, what we know so far is that most children infected with the virus experience mild symptoms. Common symptoms of COVID-19 among children include fever, cough, runny nose, sore throat, headache, body ache, and diarrhea. And many children may have mild or no symptoms at all. Additionally, children account for a small number of COVID-19 cases overall. And while the proportion of our cases who are school-age children has risen over the fall, as we saw on the previous slide, it is still a lower proportion than would be expected based on their proportion of the population. Of course, we have had cases among staff and students at our school since reopening in September, as we expected. In total, by November 2nd, 69 schools had experienced at least one confirmed or probable case among their students or staff. This includes 24 staff members and 101 students. However, most of these infections were believed to be acquired outside the school environment, reflecting what has been occurring within the larger community and consistent with the research mentioned previously. Indeed, only 2 schools have experienced an actual outbreak to date. Nonetheless, investigating cases associated in some way with schools has led to nearly 1,500 school-associated contacts being identified. The steep increase in cases this fall has been accompanied by an increase in the number of contacts identified who must be notified of their exposure and managed appropriately. Only 198 high-risk close contacts were identified in August. In comparison, 1,181 were identified in September, and well over 2,500 were identified in October. Just in the first few days of November, an additional 288 high-risk close contacts have already been identified. This does not include any of the cases as low-risk contacts. Staff have observed that compared to the first wave of the pandemic, cases in the second wave tend to have more contacts. Some of these contacts can be at work, school, or on a sports team. This has led to some extreme outliers, with the first school outbreak involving over 100 contacts and a recent outbreak involving a hockey league involving several hundred contacts. To understand the school outbreak better, let's take a look at the next slide. This slide provides some additional information on the school outbreak that occurred at St. Francis of Assisi Elementary School in Halton, which was declared on September the 29th. In total, there were 6 cases linked to the outbreak, all of whom were students. 2 classrooms were sent home to isolate, and over 100 contacts of the cases were identified at the school. Note that while 2 classrooms were sent home to isolate, only 1 classroom was officially considered to be an outbreak. This is because the investigation determined that among the positive cases in this classroom, COVID-19 transmission likely occurred at school, whereas the other cases most likely were exposed to the virus outside of the school setting. In addition to contacts identified at the school, the cases also may have exposed others outside of the school to the virus, including in their own homes, as well as a few sports and recreation facilities in the community. The outbreak was declared over on October the 8th. Turning now to roles. Here is a high-level look at our respective roles related to schools, starting with guidance from the province, localized guidance and resources from Halton Region Public Health, which then help inform safety plans and policies from the school boards, which are in turn implemented at the school and household level, with reporting back to public health and the province. You'll notice that testing and assessment are not under public health's purview. These are the responsibility of the agency known as Ontario Health and our local healthcare system partners, including hospitals and most recently, pharmacies. Looking more closely at public health, we provide recommendations, guidance, and resources to help school boards and private schools develop policies and procedures to ensure the health and safety of staff, students, parents, and guardians, and visitors. We also support training and educational opportunities for school staff regarding infection prevention and control practices, develop processes and protocols for managing sick students and staff at school, develop guidance around managing a confirmed case of COVID-19 and an outbreak at school. Our staff also work to ensure schools have child-friendly resources that support healthy behaviors in the school setting, support infection prevention and control with schools, and conduct surveillance of staff or student absenteeism specific to COVID-19. As we have seen, it is not possible to prevent all cases of COVID-19, but we are working to prevent and contain outbreaks. As outlined in the guidance document,
Nobody can see.
sorry, was there a question? No, okay, so I'll keep going then. So as outlined in the guidance document we shared with the school board, when there is a case at a school, public health notifies the school, investigates to see whether others at the school are impacted, and identifies any others who will need to be contacted and possibly tested. We also review the infection prevention control and outbreak control measures with the school. If an outbreak is declared, that is, we find that we have 2 or more cases that are epidemiologically linked and transmission occurred in the school, we may take additional measures to enhance infection control measures and monitor the school daily for 14 days. In addition, we will provide the school with a letter to notify staff and parents or guardians of impacted cohorts of an exposure and review and determine any testing recommendations. Finally, we will complete daily follow-up with the school to determine if any new students or staff have developed symptoms and facilitate testing as needed, as well as support the school to address any other questions or concerns related to the confirmed case. So we have all seen plenty of change this fall, and changes at the provincial level mean changes at the local level. We have all become experts in adaptability. I'll just touch on 2 areas, our Section 22 class order and the screening guidelines. In response to rising cases and to align with provincial requirements, earlier this fall, we made amendments to the class order under Section 22 of the Health Protection and Promotion Act. This is a very important piece of legislation that allows for the functioning of local public health units. Originally issued on May the 22nd, the class order has been updated to align with recent changes to the provincial COVID-19 school screening tool and to make it mandatory for any person who tested positive for COVID-19 to share information about their close contacts. The amended class order came into effect on October the 5th. Several key amendments were made to the class order. The first is that the categories of people to whom the class order applies and directions for how long they need to self-isolate. These have been revised for improved clarity and to reflect current knowledge. Household contacts of symptomatic individuals are no longer required to self-isolate while the symptomatic individual is awaiting test results. There is an emphasis on the legal requirement for individuals to remain reachable for monitoring by Halton Region Public Health and to share the names and contact information for all contacts as requested by local public health. You can find more information about the class order on our website. A big change for schools and school boards was changes to the screening tool. Families are encouraged to use the Ministry of Education's COVID-19 screening tool every day. The tool has been designed to help parents make informed decisions about whether their children should attend school or childcare, whether they need to consult a healthcare provider, or whether they need to get tested for COVID-19. The updated tool focuses on evaluating if symptoms are new, worsening, or different from the child's usual health. I'd like to stress that the screening tool is just one public health measure in place to help make schools safer. I cannot stress enough the importance of the key public health measures, which include staying home when ill, practicing physical distancing as much as possible, wearing a mask when required, and cohorts. That is, Students should limit contact with only their classmates and a single teacher for as much of the school day as possible, and ensure that each cohort group does not mix with other cohort groups. All members of a cohort must practice infection prevention and control practices, such as hand hygiene, respiratory etiquette, and not sharing items. Of course, these practices all complement your own school or board's reopening school plans. Halton Public Health remains committed to working closely with you and your schools to provide a safe and productive learning environment for students and staff. This work continues during the second wave of the pandemic. You may recall that on the 30th of July, the Ministry of Health announced that additional public health nurses would be hired throughout the province to assist schools with managing COVID-19. In Halton, you may not see a nurse physically in your schools. Instead, we have prioritized additional public health nurse resources to manage positive cases, high-risk close contacts, and potential outbreaks in school settings, to provide school boards and schools with guidance and resources to support school reopening and ongoing operations, to provide resources and support for educators, children, and their families to prevent the spread of COVID-19, and to address other health and well-being issues, such as mental health. To help manage and reduce the spread of COVID-19, we will be offering infection prevention and control visits to some schools. Tools we use in a school visit include Halton's recommendation for schools reopening document, as well as the Public Health Ontario Preparedness and Prevention Checklist for schools. These resources, which are posted on our website, are user-friendly to help apply relevant provincial guidance for schools, recognizing that every school environment is unique. You can direct parents and members of your school community to our website, halton.ca. Of interest is the school information page, where they will find educational materials for parents, including fact sheets, frequently asked questions, and some great animated videos that are directed to helping children understand things like hand washing and respiratory etiquette. In addition, the school or childcare entrance screening poster is a great visual tool for families and schools or childcare centers. It is posted on the COVID-19 school information page under the educational materials for parents, staying safe and healthy at school, and on the school years program page under posters. Before I wrap up this presentation, I am asking that everyone who is tuning into this meeting be extra vigilant this fall so that we can avoid shutting down essential areas like our schools. Each of us must continue to take personal responsibility to protect ourselves, our families, and our community. It is out of concern for our community that I am strongly recommending that all residents take the following additional steps: to limit close contact to people within your household as much as possible. This means minimizing interactions with people who don't live in your house, including when dining at restaurants and other social gatherings. I also want people to limit non-essential activities. This means trying to stick to essential activities as much as possible, such as going to school or work if you work outside of your home, and using online delivery services for errands when possible. By taking a few simple actions, I believe that we can make a big difference collectively. Before we move to the Q&A session, I'll share a brief visual that highlights the impact these simple steps can take. So with that, we can move to the Q&A portion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking to the speakers list. Trustee Oliver, I see that your hand is up. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, to Dr. Megani. Dr. Megani, it's very nice to see you again. Thank you for being with us tonight and for your presentation. Before I proceed, I want to thank you and your staff for the great work that you are doing in our community and specifically in our schools. So my question is kind of multifaceted. When a new case of COVID-19 is diagnosed in a student or staff member at a school, often parents become very alarmed and fearful of the risk of transmission to their own child. I believe that our schools have very good protocols in place to protect the health of our students and staff. And I know that these protocols have been developed in collaboration with Halton Public Health. You've alluded to, spoke a little bit about the work that happens in the schools and the kind of case ascertainment that you do. But I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on some of these aspects to help alleviate some of those fears. So for instance, parents often receive an email stating that a case has been identified in a classroom. And sometimes they hear that either the student is isolating or the classroom is isolating. Sometimes the teacher's left at the school. And so that causes a little bit of confusion and alarm. So if you could elaborate on how risk is assessed for students and staff, how determination is made for students and staff to isolate, and how the protective measures that are put in place in both the elementary and secondary panel help with mitigating some of the risk of COVID-19 transmission. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Oliver, for that very good question. There are many things that we take into consideration when performing our risk assessment, which is consistent across Ontario. For example, we'll explore if the individual in question was symptomatic, pre-symptomatic, or asymptomatic while they were in school. If they were in school during the time when they were considered infectious, if it's a student or a staff member, and if they know their source of infection. We'll also explore factors like their age or grade, their developmental stage, their ability to wear appropriate personal protective equipment or PPE, and the type of activities that the person was involved in while at school. We also take a look at the current infection prevention control practices carried out by staff and students at the school setting. These include things like physical distancing, desk spacing, masking, and of course, cohorting. The most important piece of information is if the individual was at school during the time that they were considered infectious. So that's the 2 days prior to symptom onset, and then for the time period that they were actually symptomatic. All of the other information is taken together to help public health staff determine if a contact is a high risk or a low risk exposure. Close contacts with high-risk exposure are asked to self-isolate and seek testing, while contacts with a low-risk exposure are informed about their exposure and directed to self-monitor for symptoms. So as I mentioned before, if individuals were on a regular basis physically distancing and wearing their masks, then they may be considered to be low-risk exposures, whereas if it's an elementary school setting where although they're making very good attempts at physical distancing as much as possible and wearing a mask, we do know that there are points in the day where masks are taken off and where physical distancing may be a challenge. And so we would treat those situations a little bit differently and call them high-risk close contacts.
Thank you. And follow up, can you just speak to the teachers? So
Yes.
In where students have to isolate, but the teacher may not?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a very important question and one that I've certainly received in the past. As I mentioned before, when we do this risk assessment, part of it includes the wearing of PPE. And so we know that our educators are being provided with medical grade masks and visors, and therefore are assessed on the most part as being low risk. And so therefore they can return to class. So it is an important part of keeping our educators safe that they have these they have access to this PPE and that they are wearing it on a regular basis, and this allows us to keep our schools open.
Great. And if I could just have one more follow-up. So at the beginning of the school, parents were provided with a list of screening criteria by which to assess their child before they could proceed to school. And then a couple of weeks into the school year, BC had shortened that list. Ontario followed trend. And I know that caused a lot of anxiety and trepidation in our schools. And I received many emails and calls about parents upset that this actually is not as rigorous, and they were really worried. My understanding is that that list was shortened because of the additional knowledge and understanding of COVID-19, how it clinically presents in kids and that sort of thing. So can you just speak to that? Whether, is that what we're finding? Is this how it's playing out in our youth and child population?
Yes, you're absolutely right that the screening tool has been based on the evidence to date. And the good news is it is tailored to be specific for the student population and how COVID-19 presents in children and youth. So this really is the screening tool for our children and youth to be using and their parents to be using on a daily basis. And it now aligns very well with the provincial COVID-19 reference document for symptoms as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll look to the speakers list. Trustee Shuttleworth, go right ahead.
Thank you. I've had several questions from my community, and I've chosen two to ask you. The first is, what evidence did the Halton District School Board and or the Halton Public Health Department use to decide to make masks mandatory for all school-age children, including from grades 1 to 3?
So I will say that the recommendations surrounding masking in our schools does come from the Ministry of Education, and that was their decision to make masks mandatory. The evidence does suggest that wearing a mask can reduce the risk of spreading respiratory droplets to other people, which is the main way that COVID-19 is spread from person to person. So as I've mentioned, there are many different public health measures that we're taking in our school setting, and masking is just one of them. Public health nurses, are providing infection prevention and control visits in our schools over the next few weeks. There will be 8 in Halton District School Board, and the purpose of these visits is to support infection prevention and control planning and implementation in the school setting. And we'll learn from these how the schools are doing and what additional supports they may need in this work. And so part of that will also be to see, how masking is taking place in the school setting as well.
Great, thank you. You almost answered my second question, because the question was next was, are there going to be public health nurses sent to the school to assess mask safety? So I think you pretty much answered it.
That's right. It's one of many things that they will be assessing on their visits.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Vice Chair Al Harrison, you're next on the list.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. My question is, Lambton Public Health has set up a student and staff-only testing center. On the one hand, I guess this could be seen as preferential process. On the other hand, it supports the education system, but also families who are participating in the workforce and communities where cases are often spread. So I recognize that Halton Public Health doesn't do the testing here, but I was wondering if you're aware of how, if the testing center is still running, how it's working, and whether such an idea would be a good one to transplant here.
Absolutely. So what I'll start by saying is that testing is happening a little bit differently in each part of Ontario based on local needs and who is doing the testing in each region. So currently in Halton, that is being done by local assessment centers, primarily run through the hospital settings. And currently our assessment centers do have the capacity to manage the testing that is arising out of school related cases and outbreaks. So we would, if should there be an issue with them being able to respond to such school-related cases and outbreaks, we would have to manage this on a case-by-case scenario and work with our local assessment centers and our school board to manage that issue. But at the present time, there is enough capacity at our local assessment centers, and for the most part, our understanding is that people are being able to be seen same day when they call.
Is there a follow-up at all, Vice Chair Harrison?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have heard from some people, some parents, that while the testing piece was speedy, the report on the results was not. In one case, it was many, many days. So I just wonder, is that part of the process picking up at this point?
Yeah, so I would say testing is multifaceted here in Ontario. So what we have is that testing is being conducted at our assessment centers, which are primarily run by hospitals. But I mentioned to you that pharmacies are also starting to participate in some of that testing. But then the actual swab or specimen then goes to a lab. And there are many labs now as part of the laboratory network across Ontario. So what happens is that, for instance, one assessment center may send it to a certain lab and other assessment centers send it to other labs. The goal is that tests should, 80% of tests should be available, the test results should be available within 2 days. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case in Halton for a period of time, unfortunately. It started with a backlog of tests that was occurring earlier this fall. And now I think what we're seeing is that there may be a few laboratories where there are certain delays, and we are certainly looking into this. In fact, just yesterday we did pose this as a question to our ministry colleagues and our Public Health Ontario lab colleagues to ask what was happening at a particular lab. So there may be some instances where individuals are facing lengthier test turnaround times than we would like. That is not ideal to have people have to wait multiple days for the test, and we hope that that will change very soon. But it is, in fact, a reality at the moment.
Okay, next on the list is Trustee Rocha.
Through the chair to Dr. McGanny. Currently, a parent is notified that their child has been identified as a close contact via email. And the next day, they receive a phone call from Public Health with a list of do's and don'ts. Has any thought been given to providing that information in the original letter to mitigate any possible risk?
That is a wonderful piece of feedback, which we will absolutely take back. We're always looking for ways to improve our communication with our parents and guardians. So we will certainly take that back, Trustee Rocha, and hope to improve that. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not sure, I had a question, but I'm not sure if I made the list beforehand, but I'll just ask. And this is actually about the numbers and reporting the case numbers. And there seems to be a sort of a discrepancy, and I was just wondering if you could speak to it, because yesterday the Ontario.ca epidemiological summary said that Halton had 86 cases, but the Halton regional site said 67. And so there's a big difference there. And I saw that CTV also reported 86. So I was just wondering which number people should be looking to.
Yeah, great question, Chair Grabank. And I do want to say that I was warned a little bit ahead of time that you were going to ask that question. In fact, we have had inquiries over the last day about this. So forgive me, it's going to be a bit of a technical response, but here I go trying to explain exactly why this discrepancy has happened and will likely continue happening. So basically what we see is that Ontario, the Ontario website, posts results from, actually it's delayed by almost a day compared to our data. Sorry, just give me a second here. So on November the 3rd, Ontario reported that, as you mentioned, Halton had experienced 86 new cases for the day of November 2nd. And the province extracts the data from a provincial database called the Case and Contact Management Database at 1 p.m. each day. And then it reports this data publicly the following morning. When Ontario reported that we had 86 cases, they meant that between 1 p.m. on November the 1st and 1 p.m. on November the 2nd, there was a net increase of 86 cases amongst Halton residents within this database. Some of the cases in the net change of 86 were actually duplicates that had been entered into the database automatically through the laboratory test result data dump that takes place shortly before 1 p.m. And that led to an inflated count for Halton in Ontario's reporting. Halton extracts our data from the same provincial database first thing in the morning every day to reflect the cases that are entered into the system by midnight the previous night. This means that the data reported on our website on halton.ca are more recent than the data released by the province. And it also means that it's referring to a different time period than that of the provincial updates, which is why the counts will almost always be discrepant between Ontario's reporting and our reporting. Due to this difference in timing, Halton was able to reconcile the duplicates. We figured that out in the morning as soon as we saw what was being listed on ontario.ca, and we were able to work through this reconciliation process in the afternoon and obtain an accurate case count for November 2nd before we reported it on November the 3rd. So that's in a nutshell what happened on that particular day. We did have a bit of a glitch in terms of these duplicates. We don't usually get such a large number of duplicates in the system. So that certainly led to that discrepancy. But on a daily basis, almost daily basis, you will see a discrepancy, and it's because of that timing of getting the data out of the provincial database. And that's unfortunately, we're not going to be aligned ever on that.
Oh, I thank you for clearing that up. It was, I just didn't know which one to sort of take it, but your explanation is excellent. Okay.
And that being said, 67 is still, I think it was our all-time high of the pandemic. So we're still seeing a large number of cases.
Yes. So there are no other speakers on the speakers list, so I'm going to actually let Director Miller speak.
Thank you, Chair Drabens. I just want to thank Dr. Magani, and I would ask you to pass my gratitude and our gratitude to all of your staff. Later on in this board meeting, we will see a presentation from one of our schools on how they implemented the guidelines and the recommendations from public health. And I think our students are remarkably safe within our buildings. And that's a direct result of the great work that public health has done with our staff. I very much appreciate all of you for the work that you've done with the HDSB staff led by our own Colette Ruddock, but it's been great. And I think we've made tremendous progress, and many of our kids and parents feel safe, and many of our staff with the students in the school. And that's a thank you to you and your staff. Thank you, Dr. Magani.
And on behalf of the trustees, we'd also like to thank you for coming and sharing this updated information with us. We really appreciate it. Okay, so we have two other presentations. The first is the one that Director Miller was just speaking about. Oh, go right ahead.
No, wait. I'm introducing them, that's all.
Okay. The next one is the Reopening Schools by Irma Colson Public School. So Director Miller, go right ahead.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Brian Slemko and Rasha Balch from Irma Colson Public School. They're doing a presentation on their school's reopening. And this is one of our school's interpretation and application of the reopening guidelines and the infection prevention and control measures. Each school across our system has implemented these IPAC measures, although the specific details are related to each school, so they may look slightly different. And we could have asked any of our schools to do this, but we chose to ask Irma Colson because we know that they're going to do a great presentation. We know they'd all do a great presentation, but we have asked them to share, but we're proud of the work of all of our schools. As I just said to Dr. Magani, they've all done a fantastic job, and this is an example of the great job that our school administrators and school staffs have done to protect their students and our staffs and reassure their parents. And besides, Rash is a neighbor of mine, so thanks.
Thank you, Director Miller. I am Brian Slemko, and I am the principal at Irma Colson School, and my amazing partner in crime is...
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Rasha Belshi. I'm Vice Principal at Irma Colson. Thanks for having us today.
So we are ecstatic to present to you our Irma Colson reopening plan. In August, Ms. Belshi and I began to meet. We would start it with phone calls and then Google Chats and Google Meets to think about what the reopening plan looked like for Irma Colson. Irma Colson is a large school. We have 1,065 students, around 100 staff members, and we wanted to make sure that all of our students and staff were safe. So what we did do is we based all of this on the absolutely amazing Halton District School Board's reopening plan that was led by our fantastic senior admin team, as well as public health. And what we wanted was for us to use every entry, every space in our school to meet the needs of our students in our community. So in that, we worked with many partners. We work with facilities, we work with the YMCA, who is in our school. We work with our teachers, we work with our office staff, we work with the DECEs, the secretaries, and parents to create a plan that met the needs of our school. So I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Belshi, and she's going to start to explain some of the plan.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, can you please just confirm that you do see the presentation?
Yes, well done.
Okay. Step one, okay.
Step one.
So just to give you just a high level of what we were very fortunate to present, and we're honored to present today on behalf of our colleagues in Halton, because as Stuart just mentioned, any of our schools could have done this, and we're thankful that we get to share a little glimpse into our school. So just from an admin perspective, our main priority was the fact that we need to keep our students the focus of everything we're doing. So just like you're doing at your table, our conversations were really set to say, how do we invite kids back, invite our families back, and ensure that we are keeping a safe space for everyone where kids are still engaged, and we still want this to be a happy place for them when it comes down to it. So we put a little picture of the kind of things we were thinking about, because ultimately when we started with our own staff, and we were thankful we had those PA days this year, there was a lot of anxiety, there was a lot of stress. So we had to somehow, like Ms. Newton has been telling us, our SO is calm is contagious. So we took that to our staff and we said, this is how we need to make sure that we are presenting. And it's important that we're working as a team to ensure every staff member in that building had that sense of calm when we're welcoming others in. So our first day, we used our reopening plan, like Mr. Slumko said, was the pillar of it was public health and HDSB plan. We basically just took that plan and made it work for our community by collaborating with our partners. So our first day of school, we had every kid in our building in color zones. They were all in lanyards, and they had helium balloons out there, painted colors, to make sure that our families knew that yes, it was serious, yes, it looked different, that we were there to engage our kids and engage our community to make this a safe place for them to learn. And so just a quick glimpse at a few pictures, just to let you know, we did have 9 color zones, and just those pictures let you know what our school looks like from the inside. So you can see yellow tape down the wall to let kids know this is where their zone ends and their zone starts. How they enter and exit washrooms are using lanyards. Our stairwells, our playgrounds, they decorated their hallways. So very quickly, we were able to ensure that we're following public health protocol by cohorting and zoning. But for our little ones especially, I think it was just an exciting thing for them. Yes, we explained why, but it was a means for us to make sure that kids were still happy and safe, and we're not overwhelming them by this. But at the same time, we're making sure we're accountable in that building. Mr. Slumko, do you want to talk about anything with lanyards?
So as Ms. Belshi said, we had 9 zones, and each of the zones had a different color. We wanted to really think of something creative that wasn't cumbersome for the students, so we each ordered colored lanyards for each of the students in the zone. The students can wear the lanyard. We also bought little zippy bags at the bottom where they could put their masks while they were taking their masks off outside. So teachers and students who were in the zones wore the colored lanyard. Lanyards were taken off once the students left school to go home, and when they returned to school, they put their lanyard on. Parents and students knew exactly where students were supposed to enter, line up, or exit the school based on the colored zones, as Ms. Belshi had just explained with the pictures.
Right, and as you can tell, they were smiling the entire time. As you just a quick glimpse of what clearly what it looked like in our building was very differently. We no longer talked about schools in grades or in classroom numbers. We are using our color code system to ensure that it is very, very clear. So our emergency protocols, our fire drills, our emergency, everything has been done through our zoning and our cohorting to ensure that we have respecting, we're accountable for public health policies that are in place. Mr. Slumko, would you like to talk about how our outdoor education?
So Ms. Belshi and I are really strong supporters of outdoor education, and we were really concerned that our students had spent a great percentage of last spring school year in front of technology, and they were coming back to school in classrooms in confined spaces with a closed gym. And what were we going to do to creatively think outside the box to provide outdoor education and experience for them? So we really put on our creative helmets and hats and came up with some great ideas. One of the best ideas we had is we bought those white paint buckets from Home Depot or Rona, the plastic ones with the lids. From grade 1 to grade 8, they were the big ones. And then for kindergartners, we bought the smaller ones. The reason why we bought those bins is because they served as a compartment or a tool to carry items outside. The lids served as a protection in case there was dirt or rain that was happening at the time. And they also served as seats, chairs. So I think it was, help me, Ms. Belshi, was it 2 weeks ago we went outside and there were 17 of our classes outside having outdoor education, sitting on their own individual white pail that housed all their materials, and they were in a circle or in a space learning. So it is a typical picture if you drive by Irma Colson School and see students sitting on these white pails. It's one of the great things that we did. Ms. Balshi?
And just for IPAC measures, we did talk a lot about this with our teachers, and our teachers or our staff in general, not just our teachers. They were incredible of integrating that into the classroom. So we have, although they watch some great videos from public health, they are doing PSAs, they're doing commercials, depending on the grade, of them teaching each other about proper protocols. So we're using this, yes, as health, but we're also integrating it in a way to make it fun and engaging and ensuring that the kids are getting our messaging, and at the same time we are still learning and growing. One of the biggest things Brian and I really want to highlight here is how important communication was to us and was to our colleagues across the board in conversation with them. So we were very adamant that this is a plan that has to be achievable, sustainable, it has to be realistic, but it has to be an inclusive plan. So right from the planning stages, this wasn't shared later, from our planning stages, we were reaching out through Google surveys. We have reached out to our school council chair, who's last year's chair, who's incredible in doing radio and podcasts. So we put out Google Forms asking our families, do they have any questions, concerns, worries? And what we did is we sat down and recorded a podcast and shared that with our community to answer some of their questions. At the same time, we put a couple links there in all your free time if you want to take a look at a couple of the videos that our amazing staff have put together. One was before the first day of school, and you're gonna see a few of our staff members walking through our building and talking about the new protocol. So when the first day of school, we did realize that as parents, as administrators, that we had a lot of questions ourselves. So what would our families be feeling? And we have put together a couple of videos for those families to prepare the kids, to show the kids before the first day of school. And then once again, we did one just before they had to make their decision about coming back or being virtual. And again, to answer those questions that came from our community and our partners. So we tried our best to be preventative, be proactive, work with our partners. Our school council chair was incredible with what he had helped produce for us. Our admin in Milton, we're constantly talking and chatting. I know through Jackie Newton, our SO, who does her coffee breaks, which have been a saving grace for us because we are sharing things and we are taking ideas from one another. Our YMCA, we met with Brian and I and made sure their plan made sense with our plan so parents aren't getting conflicted messaging. Our Halton Food for Thought, we talked to and worked with, and now we have boxes of food in all our classrooms in a way that works for our school, but our needs are being met. Public health and board facilities, we called several times for consultation, and our senior admin, like we said, we've never called that many superintendents as we have in the last month and a half, and they made us feel safe to do that. And I know that Heather Garrett's our trustee. I know she's reached out, but not only sending a book, but reached out by email saying, do you need anything? So this has been a predominant reason of why it has been the way it has so far.
One of the big things that we talked about was always reflection and thinking outside the box. So something that we were faced with was the challenge of gym. And as I said, in terms of the gym being closed. But what we recently did last week is outside the front of Irma Coulson is the parking lot where the principal, the vice principal get to park their car. And so what we did is we actually closed that to the admin team, and we opened that to an outdoor gym space. We worked with facilities, Terry Janik, to make sure that that was okay. We got his approval. And now if you drive by Irma Coulson, everyone is welcome if you would like to drive by. There is gym class happening outside on the blacktop from the first period to the last period every day. That is a safe space, and it's because we can't use our field because of the mud. So we're creative, thinking outside the box, and collaborative. Ms. Balshi?
Yeah, and Mr. Slemko just took my parking spot. I didn't get a lot of say in that. It's okay. So I know we don't want to take a lot of time, but very quick challenges, a few things. Just keeping up with the changes we found, challenging, but it was like everybody else, just constantly trying to re-message. Halton Communication did an incredible job by doing the central messaging, and we appreciate that significantly. But we did have a lot of questions from parents about what new tool, what do I use, which site. So we tried our best to kind of keep up with that. Hearing about changes in the community was really challenging for us as admin. Sometimes things went out in the news, no fault of anyone, but sometimes government messaging went out, and then somebody would call us and say, did you hear? And we'd say, no, we didn't. So a lot of that was happening. It has come down. Just inconsistencies about making sure our school is being consistent in our messaging, making sure that our Milton schools through Jackie Newton and the team, and then even bigger with Halton, that we're all being on the same page to support one another, and hopefully the trustees and everybody doing something fairly similar. Outdoor education, now with the weather a little challenging, we're finding that people are not ready with clothes to be outside, so that's been a little tricky. Maintaining our path. I know Mr. Slumko's got on a message quite a few times just saying, hey, everybody, you're doing great, but nothing's changed. Same rules, same expectations, and it's just that constant reminder that we don't get too comfortable. Justifying to parents why we're doing certain things has been interesting, but I'm sure you all know what that's been like. And in general, our parents have been nothing but incredible. They're following our protocols, they're engaged in our conversations, they're giving ideas. So we are really, really pleased with how everything is going. Challenging, of course, like everyone else, but trying to keep morale high as a school leadership team like everyone else, and just being extremely optimistic that it only gets better from here. So we did mention the reopening plan with Halton, Colette Reddick. We basically just stole all their work and made it look pretty. So thank you, everybody. We appreciate you allowing us this time and being interested in our feedback. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for excellent presentation. I'm just going to look to the speakers list to see if anybody has any questions for you. I have to say it was a wonderful, energetic presentation, not unexpected. I know Brian quite well. Some people have jumped on, so I'll let them have an opportunity. So we'll start with Trustee Shuttleworth, and then go to Garrett, and then Oliver.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Mr. Slumko and Ms. Balshees. I have two questions. My first question is, you talked about your outside activity and how the weather is changing. Do you have any ideas as to how you might continue to try and get those kids outside as the weather turns? And again, it's that whole, my idea is we're Canadian. We should be able to deal with the weather. So do you have any tips or ideas as to how you can create that enthusiasm?
Absolutely. So it's about education. So Irma Colson also is working with Evergreen because we have an amazing opportunity for our new outdoor space. And what we are doing is we are sending articles out to families on a weekly basis to educate them what outdoor education actually looks like. We, as Ms. Belshie mentioned, we have Irma Colson Radio, where we are talking about, Mr. Hurley, myself, and Evergreen are recording an outdoor education podcast, and we will be sharing that with families. And then to support your idea is, yes, we are saying snowsuits, boots, jackets, mitts, rain or shine, we're going to go outside. And I will say that the new outdoor gym space is in front of my office. And when it was a little bit raining last week, our grade 7-8 students were out there playing and they loved it. So it's that changing of the mindset, but also education of what outdoor education really is.
And just to add to that, Mr. Slumko, if you don't mind, we've also invested some financial commitments to make sure that we have extra coats in our building. So we have these lovely new coats that no one knows that they're borrowed from our school because it's not cool, but we do have that sitting in our office. We also have every kindergarten class and primary class with extra gloves and hats. But Brian and I are out every single day, like many of our colleagues, every day building those relationships. So when we do see those parents, it's not a shock to have that conversation. It's not uncomfortable to say, oh, you know what? We noticed yesterday this happened. Did you get your gloves today? So those are happening every day through our relationship building and our staff's relationship building. So we are seeing a big shift in that. So that's the goal, be outside.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. My second question, which kind of comes not into that, but so are there coats to fit the two of you? Because I'm guessing that you have to walk that little bit further because where are you parking your cars?
Right? I told him I'm just a VP. I don't get a lot of decision making.
So I touched base with Mr. Terry Janik with regards to that because honestly, if you come to Irma Coulson, it's a beautiful school and there is a great parking spot out front. I loved it for 4 years. I'll be honest.
Fine, we can.
My kids need an outdoor gym space, and it's going to be plowed by the snow plow, and it's a safe space. So we bought pylons on either side. We sent out a wonderful communication to parents, and the response from parents has been wonderful. And I absolutely love seeing my kids play outside on that blacktop. It's changed the whole mindset of Irma Coulson, because when you first come into our community of Irma Coulson, you see kids playing outside. That is the first thing you see, and that in itself, that's a huge win for Miss Newton, Miss Belshie, and myself. It's a huge win for us.
That's so awesome. Brian and I found a secret because we found that when the messaging comes from the students, no complaints come in. So the kids told them that they want an outdoor gym. The kids told them that they want to be doing certain things. Like it's just coming from the kids of why we did Halloween black and orange this year, why it's outside. And it really is because those conversations have been had in the classroom. We're not asking those kids to say that. It's coming from an equity lens. It's coming from a lens of conversation, and the kids put their ideas down and they engage with the community. So we've been fortunate.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your contagious enthusiasm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next speaker on the speakers list is Trustee Garrett.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Principal Slemko and Russia. I just want to say thank you so much. I know that the community of Irma Coulson is just thriving because of the energy that you two put forth and the things that are going on. I was going to ask the question about the winter. You all both know that I'm a winter human, so I was really hoping that you weren't going to say, okay, we're going to shut down the parking lot for the that would make me upset. I'd be going out there to shovel it myself. I think the more we have the kids outside on a regular basis and through all the different weather, they're going to not notice it anymore, and it'll make them stronger and more resilient for sure. And the parents are getting behind you, so it's great. Anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Oliver.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Chair, to our wonderful principals. I'm just really amazed and so happy to see the wonderful creativity and energy that you and your staff have put into your school. Not only are you working with the public health guidelines to make sure that there's safety and the risk is mitigated, but you also have created a really fun and welcoming school environment for our students at a very difficult, challenging time. So kudos to you. Thank you so much. I'm wondering, because I'm guessing that every school has the same public health standards and guidelines, but what they do with them, how they implement that, and how they make that environment more fun and welcoming is up to the individual school. So I wonder if there are opportunities to share some of these fun, wonderful, creative ways, if, between admin, if there's something that we can do to help facilitate that would be wonderful. Thank you.
So,
yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I can absolutely answer that. I can wholeheartedly say that for Milton, it is Superintendent Newton. I will be honest with you. She honestly has these coffee time meetings, and she welcomes us as admin. And when you're a large school in Milton, you have so many dynamics that you're juggling, and she allows us to have a sharing session of what's working, what's not working, collaboration. And from those coffee time meetings that we have, we take and share ideas with our colleagues, with our friends, and their best practices. And we take those best practices and put them into play. So I really, truly have to give her huge credit for that. Not only in terms of the coffee time, but also just in terms of, Ms. Bell, she did mention it. I have never spoken to a superintendent so much since last July with this reopening plan. And whether it's a text with Superintendent Newton, a quick phone call, or an email, she is always, and that's what's so great about her being innovative, is she is always open to my thinking outside the box energy and ideas. And we work together, Ms. Belshi, Ms. Newton, and myself, to share. So yes.
And Brian, just to also add to that, we do have a Google shared principals file in Halton. So I don't know if the trustees are aware of that, but that was, for instance, our plan was one of several that have been shared, because please don't hear that this is the end all. There's been incredible stuff across Halton. So I'm glad we're not all saying it at once, because we may have not been so great right now, but there's some great stuff out there, and they've also been sharing with us. So we share on the Google file, and also Superintendent Reddick, like we mentioned, had us present last week at the Healthy Schools with Public Health, and there were over 200, Brian, I think, principals and vice principals that were on. So we did share best practices, and right after that, several called us. We reached out to others. So the collaboration piece is definitely happening in all sorts. So we are definitely reaching out and helping, and they're helping us. So it's been great.
Thank you. So you addressed my part two, which was kind of going beyond Milton and those linkages, sharing within the region and possibly outside with other schools.
Catholic board, public board, French board, and private schools that Superintendent Reddick had to present to. So it went all across, and we also gained their best practices, which was great.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So looking at the speakers list right now, I don't see any other speakers, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for, again, your very energetic presentation. It's great to see such collaboration, innovation going on, and recognizing that the outdoors is a great place to be, and there's lots of learning that can happen there. And just keep doing the great things you're doing. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great evening. Bye. Bye.
Okay, wonderful. So the next presentation we have is the Welcome Center, and I'm wondering if Superintendent Truffin will be introducing this.
Yes, I'd be happy to, Chair Gravens. Thank you. Good evening, trustees. It's my pleasure for us to do actually it's two things this evening. It's our annual Welcome Center presentation for trustees, but then also later in the agenda, there's a report recommendation that trustees will be voting on this evening. So we'll be touching on that as well. But I'm going to share my screen, and then I will introduce our two guests this evening. Most of you know Dean Barnes. Dean Barnes is the principal of our Welcome Center. Dean is in his fourth year of leading our Welcome Center, and he has been to the Board of Trustees doing a presentation in the past. And I would like to introduce Eric Kune. Eric Kune is our new program lead settlement worker for K-12, and the two of them are actually going to be doing most of the presentation this evening. Before we get into the presentation, though, you know, Erica is new to the Welcome Center, and we thought, I asked Eric, and Eric agreed, just to tell you his story. It's a wonderful story, and Dean and I are so proud and happy that Eric has joined the Welcome Center, and he's the program lead. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Eric. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, God. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Kene. I was born and raised in Cameroon, a beautiful country in Central Africa. And Cameroon is home to Toronto Raptor NBA champions Pascal Siakam and also home to renowned soccer players like Samuel Eto'o and Roger Milla, for those who follow soccer. And just like Canada, Cameroon's two official languages are French and English. I do come from the French-speaking part of Cameroon, and this is where I began my early career as a high school teacher and as an educator before traveling abroad to further my education. I first went to Belgium, and then after that at Newcastle University in the UK, where I completed my postgraduate studies in international development and education. My experience as an international student in the UK at that specific moment was one of the most challenging moments in my life. How I wish there was a welcome center for newcomer and international students back then, or even more, a structural support put in place for many like myself who were struggling with language as well as getting used to the new environment. As a Francophone, I had very little knowledge and mastery of the English language, and yet I was required to attend graduate classes and complete assignments in English. I eventually developed what I labeled back then my personal technical dictionary in English, which I still carry now as we speak right now. It was a notebook in which I actually would write down all the common expressions I would hear people use around in class or read in or things that I would read in articles, which I would eventually then translate into French so that I could gradually improve my understanding, my communication, and my writing skills in English. So as you can see, language barrier was indeed my number one problem. And even today, I continue to work on it. I continue to struggle at times. So it's not something that is completely gone. In addition to that, I was also a computer illiterate. As a matter of fact, I had learned how to use a computer for the first time of my life in 2008. And just like as you would imagine, it would take me very long hours to type a few paragraph assignments that I had originally written on a paper. And most of the time, I had to rely on the support of my classmates, my professors, and the librarian to get my work submitted online. When my beloved father, who was the sole financial provider of my family, became very ill in Cameroon and no longer able to support me in my education, I eventually ran into some significant financial difficulties in the UK. All these challenges I was facing as a young adult back then, trying to figure out my new life on my own, far away from home and family, all these had a significant impact on my well-being, my mental health, and my achievement. These are just some of the many challenges that many newcomer families and students in our school system are facing. My hope in a better future and my resilience enabled me to complete my program. And back in 2008, in the UK, I made the decision to apply to become a permanent resident in Canada. And this decision was motivated by the fact that as a child, I had always dreamed of meeting with Celine Dion. I really loved Celine Dion right from my childhood. Listening to her songs made me fall in love with her, but also fall in love with Canada as a country. And believe me, after 10 years, I'm yet to meet with Celine Dion. So I'm still working on that. But on a more serious note, I made a decision to start a new life in Canada because Canada is known all over the world for being so welcoming and embracing multiculturalism, for being one of the most inclusive countries in the world. It's known for its world-class education system and for providing opportunities for every single student, individual who's actually willing to succeed. And above all, Canada is known for being an extremely safe and beautiful place to live in. These are some of the reasons why many families also choose to live in Halton region and to send their children to our schools here at Halton District School Board. The past 10 years in my life as a landed immigrant first, and now a proud Canadian, have also been very challenging psychologically, socially, professionally, financially, but I have always gathered the strength to carry on, just like many newcomers' families would do. Having been a proud employee of the board for almost 7 years now, and having benefited from the mentorship of many amazing educators, colleagues, admin, and senior admin, some of who are sitting here with me today, I have also seen newcomers, students, and their families staff and colleagues going through the similar challenges that I went through. And today I can attest to the importance of the mission and the vision for a place like the Welcome Center in the life of many newcomer families and students in our board. In my relatively short period of time in my new role, just like God mentioned, I've been here just for 2 months as a program lead for youth settlement at the Welcome Center. I have come to fully appreciate the challenges faced by the Welcome Center staff in welcoming and supporting so many newcomer students and families in their transition in our school board. The COVID-19 pandemic had a significant impact on our operational procedures, but the team under the leadership of Dean and our assistant principal and God, our superintendent, leaves no stone unturned, going above and beyond to providing the support as needed. And they carry this pivotal responsibility with passion, with care, and with professionalism. So as you learn a little bit more about the work that we do at the Welcome Center tonight, it is my hope that we also use the opportunity to reflect on the way forward and what it means to welcome new families during a pandemic time. And most importantly, how will our decision collectively as a board and the allocation of resources set to the directions to ensure that the board's efforts to support all students, staff, and families across the Halton District School Board are met. So I just want to thank you for your support, past, present, and future, to all Welcome Center staff, to all newcomers' families, as we continue to work tirelessly to helping them in the transition in our board. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eric. We certainly appreciate you telling us that story. And I'll turn it over to Dean and Eric. And Dean, maybe just give me a cue if I don't have the slide on time, okay?
Sure, okay, thanks, Gar. And it's very easy to follow a story like Eric's. Incidentally, one of our other secretaries hired this summer came from Greece 4 years ago. And one of the first things she said again was how impactful her experience was with the staff in helping her and her family transition to Halton. So it's really neat. Again, thank you, Eric. It's really at the core of what we do. The first slide I'm going to show you, thanks again. It's nice seeing all your faces again. For providing me with this opportunity to share our highlights of the Welcome Center over the past year. As you can see, we do have a vision of being welcoming, equitable, and accessible to all students and families transition to the school. And the next slide has a draft of the multi-year plan. And some of the pillars that you'll see throughout the presentation: equity, inclusion, mental health and well-being, learning achievement, environmental leadership, Indigenous perspectives. These are all part of what a family experiences coming through the Welcome Center, and also our staff of 17 members are all trained and are always imparting these values. The dedicated staff help support students and families who have origins from all over the world. This was a snapshot shared from the research team a few years ago in 2018, and it was just a representation of all the families who are currently in Halton at that time. And that trend has sort of continued if you trace back the family orientations for everyone. So we're very proud to have many ethnicities and cultures residing in Halton. This slide shows a comparison from Welcome Center year over year. And you see the numbers have been increasing. There was a 30% jump on the years from 2017 to 2018. And I know last year we track our client services through our Welcome Center that our settlement staff see. And we actually saw over 1,700 families receive the services. And then you'll see 2019-20, we were really kind of on a record pace in terms of families coming through up until COVID, which we still have seen many families, but that number actually sort of stopped and slowed down around April because the border restrictions and those types of things. And the slide above shows one of our new initiatives, Parent Community Connections, and two of our settlement staff are connecting with parents. So, we've all heard about how the planes are being rebuilt over COVID, and we've done that quite a bit. Nothing compares to what our families have to go through the many steps just to get to Canada and learn everything in Canada, and you throw COVID on top of that. But I'm really proud of our staff. If you look at the numbers in April to July and August, those were all remote virtual services and connections made between our settlement staff and our teachers and our social workers. Right now we have 7 youth settlement staff that are funded from the Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada. We added 3 this recent spring for the total of 7. We have a program lead youth settlement, as Eric mentioned, it was just began this September, replacing Alexis from last year. We have a social worker. We have 2.5 secretaries. We have 1 international student coordinator and 1 international student itinerant teacher. And just the longevity of the capacity building. There's 1 staff member that's now been with us for 7 years, and progressively been adding on many dedicated, loyal staff members. So I'm going to pass on to Eric now.
Thank you, Dean. So during this pandemic, we continue to offer virtual support to all families with regards to registration, assessment, settlement orientation to newcomers family. In addition to that, we also offer interpretation support. And this is a system-wide support to families where English is their second language and where having an interpreter would increase access to their home school community. So this is done in partnership with HMC Connection, our partner, with the interpretation department request that is sent to them. And this can actually be made by school staff through a Google form for a variety of reasons, including teachers' parent conference, virtual school conferences, school meetings, guidance, appointments, just to name a few. So if you go to the next slide, it really describes the remote services that is provided since the COVID-19 began. So like I said, we continue to offer language assessment and math survey, and to reduce barriers to promote a sense of belonging and engagement in newcomers family. Settlement Service continue to offer stationery and itinerary to all 103 Halton District School Board schools, the 3 virtual elementary schools, and the 1 virtual secondary schools. And stationery placement are determined through statistical report and or school request for service, and will be for a full day or a half day support on a weekly basis. The support to support the growing needs and the board itinerary settlement supports are regionally coordinated by Halton District School Board Youth Settlement Team, and these actually include assignment of YSF, so YSF from Halton District School Board and HMC, and we also continue to monitor and follow up with supporting Halton District School Board staff as well. So talking about the initiative that we offer in the community, we are very happy and proud to have some valuable partners. So in partnership with many organizations, we continue to offer quality community connection opportunities to newcomers and families to help them to adapt to the new Canadian culture through virtual parent engagement group meetings, virtual newcomer mentor hub meetings, and we also have in plan, we're working on that right now, the virtual high school student hangout. So these are a great learning opportunities for our newcomer students and families, as it is very common to feel, just like I indicated in my own story, to feel some discomfort, some helplessness, some frustration, some fear, some insecurity, or maybe some uncertainty about how to behave, a sense of, that our cultural beliefs and values are being challenged. So when we actually arrive in a new place like Canada, or maybe in the Halton region. So the next slides also really describe some of those initiatives I just highlighted a while ago. So the virtual parent engagement, the virtual newcomer, and also the virtual high school student hangout. And I'll pass now on to Dean.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Just shifting gears now. The Welcome Center is also responsible for international fee-paying students. So I shared this with you last year, but to update you on the management of our program, most school boards in Ontario have an international student principal or department, and of course across Canada. And there's lots of support at the national level, and also there's a Ontario organization. And there's been lots of conversations throughout this COVID times that I've really appreciated and my team has in terms of support. The numbers on the chart will show you our steady and measured growth over recent years for international students. And the number you'll see for 2021 is 365 students. Obviously, because our returning students were welcomed back into our schools, and across Canada, the new students receiving permits were not accepted at this time. However, that is changing, and into the new year for the Quadmaster 3, I believe it is, for February, the Ontario province is going to be designating international departments across the province to accept students. So we expect and hope that some of our students will be able to join us in February. The demand, hopefully coming out of COVID will continue to grow as we get out of COVID in upcoming years. But we've been navigating through this pretty well, and also finding ways to support our students, just as we have virtually with regular students. And just in homestay, all of our students do receive 24/7 international support through Study Insured. And we have a very strong partner at Canada Homestay, who received our RFP support last year, and our Halton Catholic Board is one of our partners. And once again, we have regular conversations. They have custodians and that look after them just as you would as a parent, and also a very supportive family environment. So it's really neat to have the broad involvement of Halton Board and to be part of a global community. It makes all of us proud. And as I said before, it's just a total commitment from every staff member that works at the Welcome Center. They take a lot of pride in being the proactive student success part of the chain for when students join their high schools. And Eric, when Eric was mentioning all the conversations with Community Connections, there's ongoing questions. I think our staff front so many pieces and so many questions in advance that support the transition for students and families. It really does impact positively on the way that students feel connected to their schools and are able to achieve success. More better news is the Welcome Center has a renovation on the go over at EC Jury, and we've been taking some photos throughout the time of the renovation. We're still on the main floor, but we're shifting over across the hall, and we have 5 large rooms now and a main reception area. So we're really excited to move back in very soon by the end of the month, and we'll be providing virtual services. Our staff will be on site, still providing virtual services and essential services to families when necessary. But again, this is going to be a real key aspect to support us in the future. And lastly, part of the Ontario group I mentioned across the province, one of our commitments is to fill out an attestation and follow the Canadian and provincial guidelines set out to accept students. So over the last couple of weeks, we have been working on a checklist and form that really models after the HDSB reopening plan. Pre-arrival requirements have been communicated to international students and family members who may be arriving in February, and quarantine arrangements are in place for arriving students. So once again, the collaboration within our team, provincially and nationally, we've been dealing with a lot of really committed, skilled people and support from the health departments, and we feel really good about moving forward to support our students. So just a thank you to the senior team and trustees for supporting us. Eric, thanks again for sharing your wonderful story, made our presentation much easier to present, so authentic. And we do have some reference videos. We normally do like to welcome the trustees up to the Welcome Center. We know that's not possible at this time, but Gord will share with you some videos that are little snapshots of some of the meetings that families have been engaged with youth settlement workers. They're really neat to see, so I really encourage you to follow up and watch those. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that the director would like to say something.
Thank you, Chair Drabens. I just, when the seed of the Welcome Center was planted 7 or 8 years ago, in our wildest dreams, we would have never have thought that it would become this significant and this crucial to the work of the Halton District School Board in supporting both our fee-paying international students and our newcomers to the board. Being in an area of high migration and immigration, it's a significant player in supporting those students new to Canada, new to Ontario, and new to the board. And I'm so proud of the work of this Welcome Center, and I think it's a real feather in the cap of the Board of Trustees, senior staff, but most importantly, to the work of the people in the Welcome Center. There's a great many of them there, and I really want to thank the leadership of Superintendent Truffin and Principal Barnes. But I also want to thank Eric for his story, because it reminded us exactly what motivated us to create a Welcome Center. So with that, I just want to thank them all. And Dean and Eric, please pass on my gratitude to Moxta and the rest of the staff up at the Welcome Center. I think it's something that we can all be very proud of, and it's your work that has made us proud. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Miller. Looking to the speakers list, Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Through the chair to Principal Barnes. That was a very informative presentation, so thank you for that. I do have a question, and maybe I missed it. For 3 years in a row, there were 565 international students. Is that a cap we have, or we just happen to get the same number 3 years in a row?
Yeah, we're pretty good with our numbers, but it was around that number. It was deliberate to measure our growth because we wanted to make sure that we were looking after our students and we had the foundations in place for our homestay partner that came on board last year. So up until now, we've had a cap. We've actually had targets for each of our schools. And that way, when we go into staffing, we can sort of ensure that we're not over our limits and we can ensure that we have the proper numbers. Hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Chair Gerbens, can I have a follow-up? Principal Deans, I'm not sure if this is a question for you, but what is the fee for an international student?
Yeah, the number that is consistent across the province is around $14,000 to $16,000. That's the tuition fee that they pay. So we all kind of collaborate and share what our fees are, which kind of is really offsetting the true cost of educating a student. And across Canada, really, that's kind of consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, just looking to the speakers list. And, sorry, Trustee Oliver, I didn't see your hand go up. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Through you, Chair, to Principal Barnes. I had the pleasure of visiting the Welcome Center a couple of times and met the wonderful staff who are there, who are truly lovely and welcoming. I wanted to ask a question about our international students, and you spoke a little bit about the homestay program. So I take it that would be international students who are housed and are looked after by this homestay kind of a care provider. When COVID arrived in Canada and school closures happened, I thought a lot about these students and how they must have felt stranded. They weren't able to travel back home. There was a lot of uncertainty, and the news was not great. And I'm wondering, what kind of relationship does the Welcome Center have with the homestay program in terms of some accountability that these students are looked after and well cared for and connected with any services they require?
Yeah, so part of the MOU we signed ensures that the homestay provider, Canada Homestay, which is across Canada, is sort of vetted, and they have a number of protocols and requirements that they have to ensure supervision of student 24/7, 3 meals per day, the requirements of the room and all that. So real relief to have that partner who is in many school districts across the board. In addition to the homestay provider, we have a dedicated social worker. We have a dedicated youth settlement staff member who would have been one of the people that you saw on the slide that connects in the Welcome Center. And we have a dedicated guidance counselor who goes from school to school to engage with students. So that coupled with the normal relational connections that a student has sort of gives us sort of like a pyramid of supports for a student.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, looking to the speakers list, nobody else has jumped on. I would just like to thank you so much for your excellent presentation. It really gave a good overview of what is going on up there. As a Burlington trustee, I don't often get up to the Welcome Center, and I really thought your presentation was quite informative, and it really shows the important work that you're doing for our students and their families. And thank you so much for all you do. Please thank your staff as well.
Yeah, I will. Thanks a lot. It was nice seeing all of you. Okay, take care.
Sure.
Bye.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. So we are up to 3.0 consent agenda items. Trustee Collard, would you like to move a motion to deal with the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Reynolds, would you like to second?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
I'm going to put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the consent agenda action items and receive the information items for November 4th, 2020. Are there any items that need to be pulled or discussed? I'll look to the speakers list. Oh, Trustee Rocha?
Yeah. Through the chair, I wanted to pull an item from the order paper.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm just pulling up my information. Oh boy. So this is in respect to the very first motion listed there. It's a motion from 2015. So this is perhaps a question for Superintendent Ngoy to perhaps provide an update on the motion.
Superintendent Ngoy, are you available?
My apologies. I did not hear the question.
Can you repeat the question, Trustee Rocha?
So to Superintendent Ngoy, this is regarding the motion from 2015 that's on the order paper. Wondering if you could provide an update for us.
Yes, absolutely. The motion is in regards to a study to be conducted by a third party overall for the region in terms of achieving further efficiencies within bell time studies at a particular cost, and the cost was to come back to the Board of Trustees for the two coterminous boards that are part of the consortium. Since that time, and at the time of the motion, there were a couple of factors involved, one being that we were over the allocation for transportation at the time. Since that time, there were a number of pupil accommodation reviews and boundary reviews. And when they were completed, the approach that was taken instead was to look at a local municipality by municipality approach for bell time reviews and efficiencies. And HSTS, our transportation consortium, is doing those on an annual basis as part of their review and the budget planning process. So therefore, they are being conducted, but not with that third party. So that actual motion with the third party that was put forward by the board to support was not something that the board of directors at HSTS ended up conducting at that point in time. So to your question as to whether or not that remains an open motion, it's technically not acted upon. So I'm not sure what the advice or recommendation would be there, but we are conducting it. We're doing it internally, and a third party was not contracted to conduct a region-wide survey or review.
Can I make a suggestion, Trustee Rocha, that we take a look at this, and perhaps we need to make a substitute motion or something, rescind and that motion, but we can deal with that between now and the next meeting, perhaps, to come up with a solution to deal with the motion as it is. If it's not ever going to be taken care of the way it's written, it will be on there forever. So thank you very much for bringing it forward to our attention, and we can see what we can do about it. Okay. Do you have any others?
No, that was it for today. Thank you.
Okay, looking to the speakers list to see if there's any others. Seeing none, so all those in favor?
Sorry, I put my hand up in the chat box.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Trustee Oliver.
Okay, thank you. Through your chair, I would like to pull the admin procedure, the new one on concussion, prevention, identification, and management.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I see that it's a new admin procedure. I thought we had one in place, but maybe that was more of a protocol for schools to follow. I can't recall now. Anyway, I'm very pleased to see this, and I like what I'm seeing. Concussion is a very serious brain injury, and the body of knowledge in this area continues to grow. It's significant. It can have long-lasting impacts. So I'm very pleased that we are taking this seriously and that we have such a strong admin procedure in place. I have a couple of questions, and this is around, when a concussion is diagnosed, it's easy enough for everybody to take it seriously because there's a diagnosis, there is a plan of treatment, and the patient actually knows they have it, so they are compliant, and their caregivers see that there is an impact, see the symptoms, and they are able to help out. I'm concerned around areas of the suspected concussion and second impact syndrome where, students are at risk. Often, an incident will happen and our students kind of want to shake it off and say, no, I'm fine. And especially in the younger kids, not fully understanding how they feel or what to look for, they might ignore it. So it's very important for our staff to take it seriously and to be that first point of intervention and move the student along with the protocol and their family as well. I'm wondering what kind of training our staff are going to be receiving. Will this be part of every new employee's kind of expectation that this is one of those training things that they must take on as part of their employment with HDSB? I understand that there will be some in-service sessions that this will be reviewed, but particularly for new people coming in to understand the impact and also to support our office staff in fully understanding this and how to I guess, roll out the protocol with the student. Because, I've had some complaints from parents whose kids had injuries in the playground and they felt that concussion could have been overlooked, that the staff didn't know really what to do. So I just want to see what measures we have in place. How is this going to be rolled out to staff and communicated to parents so they understand the seriousness of this issue? Thank you.
So thank you. Through the chair to Trustee Oliver. So first, we do have a current AP for concussions. It is very brief and really references the concussion protocol. The content in this administrative procedure is really largely new because it takes what was previously in a protocol and moved it into an AP. So while we have an AP for concussion, the content in this particular revision is all new, which is why it was flagged as new. In terms of training, we are rolling out this revision to the concussion administrative procedure with a training that will serve as a support for administrators as well as staff. So it is expected that administrators will review the training deck with their staff at an upcoming staff meeting. And then moving forward after that, annually, all employees are required to be trained on concussion through our online training system in ESS. So there is a training module that has been developed that will be done annually by every employee, including our front office staff. There's also additional requirements for training, one for parents. they are required to review a training that is linked in or will be linked into the medical forms that they complete on an annual basis. They will be required to view that training and then click that or acknowledge that they have reviewed it. And that will live on our main, our public website. So they can go back and reference that learning material at any time. And then on top of that, for students, they are also required to receive annual concussion training. For us, we are taking an approach in elementary that all students will receive that training through their health and phys ed classes. And in secondary, in addition to any training that may occur in phys ed, it is also to occur at the beginning of each season for a given sport. And the coaches of that sport receive a sport-specific training related to concussions, and then they're required to deliver that same training to students. So there is a strong emphasis on training, and it's an annual requirement in this administrative procedure.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers on the speakers list, I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Yes. So I have 9 responses so far. Just check if you've confirmed your response. There we go. I have 11. I'm expecting 13 because we have, I believe both are, I see one student trustee has voted. Trustee Vigilankar, are you still there?
Hi, yeah, I am here. Do I need to vote again? Sorry, I just looked at it on the spreadsheet. I can vote, yeah. There.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm still missing, is that everybody? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. We are now up to ratification action items. So Vice Chair Harrison, do we have any business from private session that requires approval?
No, we don't. Thanks for asking.
Okay, we're up to action items for this evening. As per our agenda, we have 5. And the first one I'd like to draw your attention to is number 421, Facilities School Renewal Program 2020-2021, Report 20113. Trustee Garretts, would you like to move this item?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gray, would you like to second?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll put the recommendation on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board authorize staff to tender and award the 2020-2021 Facilities Services Projects Operation and Maintenance, either individually or combined, as outlined in Report 20113. Superintendent Miller, Director Miller, would you like to speak to this?
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Drabens. I don't really have anything to add that I hadn't said at the previous meeting. It was delayed because of the link wasn't working, but I know the link is now working and all trustees have seen the schools in their area. So I have not, unless there are questions.
Okay, looking to the speakers list, I see Vice Chair Harrison. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The backlog is large and growing, and many schools need many repairs and upgrades. That's not news to anybody. And I'm also interested, though, in the admin center, which receives an FCI score well past the critical threshold. I wonder, are you aware of boards that have replaced their administrative centers in the last 5 to 10 years, and how did they do it? Because I understand that administrative centers aren't eligible for ministry funding? And the second question related to that is, has JWS become cost prohibitive to repair?
Through you, Chair Drabens, to Vice Chair Al Harrison. The only board that I am aware of that replaced its admin center in the last 5 to 10 years has been the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. And it was the accumulation of funds that they were able to do it. And they moved to a new location downtown, and they had already owned that land. So this was, I'm not sure exactly how long ago, but it was a number of years ago, but it was within the 5 to 10. So, but they essentially had accumulated funds. They were not able to do, as we would not be able to do, nor any board, use funds allocated for schools and so on. So they accumulated reserve funds and did it that way. As far as this building is concerned, it's not officially prohibitive to repair, but the cost of renovations are, this might sound like a contradiction, prohibitive. We can continue to band-aid this building for a wee while yet, but it's certainly not either economically efficient or building efficient. And at some point, this building will have to be replaced. So have we declared it prohibitive to repair? Not quite, but we are, you know, a quarter of an inch away from doing that. As trustees are aware, AODA was supposed to, all buildings were supposed to be compliant AODA by, I believe it was 2025. We are not AODA compliant, and there's zero chance we will be by 2025. And it would be prohibitive to bring this building up to those standards. So in that respect, it is prohibitive to repair. So it's an ongoing challenge with an admin center. I would say that the ministry has recognized that us and other boards, including our coterminous board, are in similar circumstances. I don't know if you've been to the Catholic board, but they have a building that's also challenging, so to speak, and they've got part of their admin in portables and so on. But the ministry has recognized that many boards have these difficulties with their admin centers, and they have talked about rolling it into a funding process, but so far nothing has come of it that we've seen. There was even talk at one point about it being a capital priority, but I don't think that would go with the public, and I don't think the ministry will do that. But talked about an alternative way for boards to fund admin centers. As you know, we have accumulated funds to do it, but those, to give you an example, to bring this building up, we would require close to double the money that we have saved, whereas we could get a new building for far cheaper and be AODA compliant plus a modern building. So I hope that answers your question. It's certainly inefficient and impractical to spend large quantities of money on this building because the structure itself is challenging. As the public may not know, there's no elevator in this building. So we have no way for people to access the second floor who require an elevator. We have electrical issues, we have conductivity issues, we have actual infrastructure issues as well, moisture, etc., and so on. So.
May I have a quick follow-up? Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm not sure what the appropriate timing would be to continue this conversation with the ministry, because I don't believe it should have to be a choice between fixing up our school buildings and providing a proper administrative facility for the staff, for guests who come to develop the best possible system for students. But we're kind of trapped in a box here with no foreseeable way to get out of that box. And you know, with our multi-year plan and talking about accessibility and the multifacets of that, I think we are inadvertently letting people down. So I'm not sure if a board motion and another letter would be helpful, but if we don't do something now, I feel like this is never gonna, nothing's ever gonna change.
Through you, Vice Chair Al Harrison, as a director of education, I'm not supposed to be political, but I agree with you 100%. And I think this is primarily a political issue. The ministry is reluctant to provide funding for these types of things, and often the public is oppositional to this. But as you rightly pointed out, the students in the Halton District School Board do very well, and one of the reasons they do very well is because of the staff behind the scenes. It's just not the teachers and the EEAs and the principals and vice principals. It's the staff behind the scenes, and that staff is in these buildings. Our technical staff, the staff that supports the teachers, our human resources, payroll, all those support our staff, frontline staff who are working with students. And I am certainly very proud of our staff. They do great work, but they should have a facility that's befitting of that great work as well. So I would agree with you 100%. What the solution is, I'm as perplexed as you are, or I don't know what the solution is, because it certainly, and particularly that may be exacerbated now that we are in the COVID, that people would say, well, why would you spend money on a building for staff when you need PPE and so on? So I think it's a real dilemma. But I am open to what the trustees suggest, or bring it back and have a further conversation and possible strategy on how to move forward.
Okay, I'm going to go next on the speakers list, which is Trustee Shuttleworth, and then I'll do Trustee Gray, and then I'll do Trustee Amos. Okay?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Superintendent, aka Director Miller. So again, at the last meeting that we talked about this, I brought up the FCI numbers that for Nelson that was quite high, at 38.9, and I asked about that in relation to the additions and the renovations that are going on at that building. But many of the schools in the southern portion of Burlington Ward 4 have extremely high FCI numbers, particularly John T. Tuck, which is at 59.1, Pauline Johnson 41.7, Tecumseh 44.7. And I'm just wondering, somewhat similar to what Trustee Al Harrison was asking, is when does it get to the point that it's prohibitive to be repairing these schools? I look at the below it, and again, I was a little bit confused with this, and I think General Manager Tebow was going to help me out with this. They talked about the things that are going on at John T. Tuck over the next little bit. So repairing lighting and electrical, replacement of windows, and replacing the asphalt parking lot, as well as the roofing. So again, I'm just wondering how that relates to cost versus dumping into a money pit.
It's an excellent question. Through you, Chair Drabens, to Trustee Shuttleworth. It's an excellent question, and that's true of not just many buildings in Burlington, but around the board as well. That work will lower the FCI of John T. Tuck when they come back onto the cycle. The FCI is done on a cyclical every 5 years, and so that will lower the FCI once it gets back on there. The FCI sometimes is like to declare a building prohibitive to repair almost means not quite, but it almost means that we shouldn't really have students in it. John T. Tuck is not in that spot, nor are any of our school buildings at that spot. The ideal way for any of those buildings would be a complete replacement, but the money involved with that is significant. So therefore, our facilities department looks through and finds the areas of needs and then prioritizes them, such as lighting, such as windows, such as roofs. Those are big things. Mechanical systems, heating systems are big things which extend the life of a building. And that would be the case with John T. Tuck and some of those other schools in Burlington.
Okay, can I have a follow-up? So 5 years, so I'm guessing, so 2016 was the last time they did the FCI update, so that will mean next year in 2021, it will be updated. Yeah. So
that work will not all be completed by then.
It won't be. So when that happens, how much of a like as I said, so I think 30% is seen as the poor level. And will we see, so like, as I said, John T. Tuck is close to 60%, Tecumseh is at 45%. Will we see a market increase in those FCI numbers in the 5-year cycle, or will we still be seeing it being at that poor level?
I don't see, I through your chair events to Trustee Shuttleworth, you won't see a marked decrease in it, but you will see a decrease in it. Once the work is completed, you'll see a greater decrease, but that would be in another cycle. So
10 years away?
Yeah, but this would be common in the province as well. This is not unique to the Halton School Board, and in fact, many school boards would be in far more challenging situations than us. So
Okay, I think that's, I don't know. You look at it, you won't see those numbers increase for 10 years. That just seems like, I don't know. That just is hard.
one of the reasons these numbers do increase though is because of roofs. And as I said, leakage on windows, doors, mechanical systems, all those. That's one of the reasons that these FCI increases. One of the main reasons. So when we repair those, that can bring it down. But since TUC is due to be looked at next year, we wouldn't be able to complete all that work by then. But as it gradually gets done over the next few years, it will bring it down further. And the same with some of the others.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much, through the chair, to Director Miller. I noted that in the Appendix C, Capital Renewal Project, there are 54 schools that are listed as receiving some work in the day, I guess in this year to come. A full 24% of those schools listed have improvements being made to their ventilation systems. My question is, with COVID this year, has the repair and improvement of school ventilation systems been given the focus that it needed? In other words, have we had the money to really address that as a high priority with regards to our capital renewal project list?
The short answer to your question, Trustee, sorry, through you, Chair Drabens, to Trustee Gray. The short answer to your question is yes. If you'll recall, before Superintendent Puccetti had left, she talked about MERV filters and improving HVAC systems in various schools. So we have been in the process of doing this. These schools that you see on this list were already on the list to improve ventilation systems. And we're improving the filter systems, but it takes some time to be able to do those. There's two challenges with improving the ventilation systems. One is cost, and two is finding contractors that are able to do it in a quick process. These contractors are in huge demand to fix to improve HVAC systems and ventilation systems. So I would say that are there challenges? Yes, but are we making progress towards them? The answer is also yes.
You're good? Okay. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Through you to the director. As I recall, the government was mandating that all buildings should become AODA compliant by, I think it was 2025. Now, would the admin center not be one of those buildings that it would also have to be AODA compliant, because not just the schools, but because staff live there as well, or work there as well? So, I mean, that may be one of the avenues that we may need to look at to say that we have to have our buildings compliant so that they're accessible to the public as well as schools.
Through you, Chair Drabens, to Trustee Amos. I don't disagree with you, and we have mentioned that many times, but the 2025 deadline is no longer an absolute. And so that poses a challenge around this building. It also poses a challenge with a couple of our schools, a few of our schools as well, to get there as well, because some of these things require big money. And but yeah, it was an absolute when it was introduced. It no longer is.
Just as a follow-up, has the government indicated that they were going to be giving us any money towards helping us to have our facilities become AODA compliant, or is that just still in the future somewhere?
Yeah, through your Chair Benson, Trustee Amos, they have not indicated that they're going to provide funds specifically for that, but they continue to give us funds for capital improvement and so on. And the expectation is that we would use some of those funds for that, to do it. For the admin center, though, we cannot use those funds that they provide for the admin center. So we have to find other sources, which are reserves, et cetera, and so on. And they do provide a small amount for some building repair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no other speakers on the speakers list, and mine's more of a comment than a question. I kind of looked at the numbers of our backlog for what our schools require, and I believe it was around 296 million, and we are receiving 10.3 million from the province. So that's 3.5% of the work that needs to get done. And of course, these buildings are not sitting in stasis. There's always more improvements that need to be added on. So it's we are really behind the 8 ball here in trying to make sure that our buildings are up to snuff.
Through you, Chair Benson, to you, Chair Benson. It's aligned with the question that Trustee Shuttleworth had brought out, or had asked around the specific schools in Burlington. You know, that's $296 million. It would take us years to get all the schools up to, and well, accumulate the $296 with the amount of money that we get for capital renewal and school condition money. But by the time you get all the work done, you've now got a whole nother slate of schools that you have to get work done on. So it's a never-ending cycle. And in defense of or in, maybe not in defense is the correct word, but to recognize the challenge of fiscal realities of the province, there are, you know, thousands of schools in the province, and many are in the same kind of situations we're in. To bring them all up, I'm sure would cost 10 times 296 million, or perhaps 20 times. I'm not sure whether it can happen that quickly. And then, of course, I said that there are shortages. There's shortages of skilled workers and contractors to do all this work. So even if we had all the money, we might not be able to do it all in a rapid pace.
Okay, there are no more questions, so I'm going to call the question. So all those in favor of authorizing staff to tender these projects? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Chair Grabens, point of privilege, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. I'm just looking at our agenda, and we still have a number of items that may require some discussion. And we do have our 2 student trustees waiting to deliver their student trustee report. It is almost 9:45, and I know that you know, they have homework, they have school in the morning. I'm wondering, would we be able to move up their report so they could do it sooner?
We would need to have 2/3 of the trustees agree to that. So I would, if people could turn on their cameras and give me a thumbs up, if that's okay. Okay, I see 2/3. So Trustee Vigilankara and Trustee Taylor, why don't you go ahead and give us your report right now, and then we'll go back to our regular agenda after that.
Thank you so much. So good evening, everyone. Evan and I held our first Student Senate meeting on October 27th. Our meetings this year will be virtual for this foreseeable future. We were really happy to see the turnout. At one point during our session with both the elementary and secondary students, there were over 100 people on the Google Meet. So it's been fantastic to see how more students have had the opportunity to get involved with Senate this year. And we sense a lot of excitement, and we're really confident that it'll be a really successful and fun year, even though it's online. We also want to give a special thank you to Director Miller for joining us and welcoming the senators and answering a number of student questions. Students really appreciated the opportunity to talk to him, and we hope that he'll join us at a meeting in the near future. We also would like to thank Trustee Rocha, Trustee Shuttleworth, Chair Grabentz, Trustee Reynolds, and our trustee mentors, Trustee Daniele and Trustee Oliver, for joining us. And of course, we'd like to thank everyone for their support.
Thank you. So at our first meeting, we gave the senators an introduction to the role of the trustee, role of the senator, the Senate, the trustees, and the school board. We also had the opportunity for the mental health lead, Michelle Bates, to give a presentation about mental health to our students. At the end of our Senate meeting, one of the students brought up the fact that her schoolmates had experienced a lot of trouble with this new online learning environment. So in light of this discussion, we're asking our senators to go into their schools, talk to the people they represent, talk to their classmates, and figure out the main difficulties that students are having with this new format. We're collecting all this data through a Google form that we're asking them to fill out. And once we have all this data, we hope to analyze it, see what the main problems are, address them, and hopefully look at all the creative solutions that the students they talked to came up with.
Excellent. So I have to say that I really enjoyed observing your meeting on Tuesday, right? Tuesday? All the days are all melding together for me now. It was great to see such a broad spectrum of ages and all sorts of things. So it was very interesting, and obviously some very keen people, very keen senators that have joined you. So looking forward to hearing the results of the work that you're doing, including the survey that you're doing. And I'm looking to the speakers list to see if there's any other questions from any of the other trustees. Nope, seeing none. So thank you so much. I know this is a late meeting for you, and good luck with your studies. I know you're heading into the last part of your first quadmester. So I guess the next time we'll see you, you will be in quadmester too. So good luck and take care.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next action item. So I'd like to draw your attention to item 422, Milton Southwest No. 1 High School Boundary Review, Report 20103. Trustee Garretts, would you like to move this item?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Trustee Daniele, would you like to second?
Thank you. I would very much.
Okay, I'm going to put the recommendation on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board adjust the boundaries for the secondary schools in Milton as outlined in scenario 9B, effective September 2021. Superintendent Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Grabentz. Just as a reminder, in your package was the slide deck that we presented last week. I will remind you of what 9B looks like. We believe that 9B addresses the criteria identified in the boundary review process. We believe the secondary program has a balanced approach in Milton for all of 3 schools, that the Community Pathways program in Craig Kielburger will be shared on the east side of Milton, whereas the Milton Southwest will house the second placement for Community Pathways children. The French immersion program will remain strong at Milton District and Craig Kielburger, and that students will have choice in the 3 schools distinctly: International Baccalaureate at Craig Kielburger, Advanced Placement at Milton District, and the iSTEM at Milton Southwest No. 1. All students residing in the Kilbride area will now be reunited without applying for optional attendance. They will be directed to Dr. Frank J. Hayden, and that the grade 8 cohorts and the neighborhoods will stay together, particularly with reference to W.I. Dick. That there are clear identifiable boundaries within the major streets, and that we believe this provides future room for a balanced growth in all of our schools. So we do believe that this is a very sound and reasonable boundary review. We feel it not only meets the needs immediately, but will meet the needs in the next 15 to 20 years. I will say that there are implications that I will be bringing forward with Fred Thibault and Superintendent Gord Truffin on the November 18th board meeting following this recommendation, should you so graciously pass it this evening. We will have concerns about when the opening could actually, in fact, happen with the facility and where it's at today. So I'll open it up for questions at this time.
Okay, I'm going to look to the speakers list. There are no speakers on the speakers list at this time, and I think that's a reflection of an excellent presentation. The fact that we've seen the presentation over the past this meeting and the last meeting, we've had opportunities to ask the questions and inform. I know that I've been letting the Kilbride area know through Facebook, etc. And I'm sure that Trustee Garretts and Daniele have also been talking to their constituencies, their families, and letting them know about the changes as well. So I guess I am letting Director Miller say something. I see that his microphone is on.
No, through you, Chair Drabens, it's unrelated to this specific motion, but well, I shouldn't say it's unrelated to this specific motion. It is related to this motion that's on the table, but I think if you'll indulge Superintendent Newton and myself after this, you address this motion, we have some more comments to make that I think are pertinent for trustees.
Okay, no problem. So right now I'm going to call the question. So all those in favor, this boundary review? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, Director Miller, the floor is yours for a few minutes.
Well, I'm just actually going to turn it straight over to Superintendent Newton because she will be bringing another report to the next board meeting. So,
thank you very much, Director Miller, and to the Chair, Grabens. First of all, I would like to thank you all very much for supporting the work that Associate Director David Bogue and Gord Truffin and Joanna Oliver led through this whole process, and also to thank the Milton trustees, Heather Garretts and Donna Daniele, as well as Chair Grabens in terms of representing their areas and their students. And I really appreciate the effort. That was a truly collaborative decision on this piece. We toured, a number of us toured the school site yesterday. And we, with amazing facility manager, Michael Walfont. And for various reasons, there will be a delay in the opening of the actual facility itself, and making that, as the recommendation says, that it would be open September 2021. Realistically, we don't see that as possible. We are looking at February of 2022. So I will bring details about the rationale and reasoning for that. I've been working with Fred and Thibault and Michael Walfont and the amazing facilities team, but we will bring those pieces forward for you for your consideration. There are elements and implications that we will be able to put forth. So some components will be able to happen, but in terms of the physical building being ready, we will need to make some alternative decisions on those pieces. I think foremost, that's the most important thing that you need to know this evening is through the work of Gord Truffin and Terry Blackwell and Julie Hunt-Gibbons and myself with iSTEM. As you know, it's been a big coup that we've launched an iSTEM program in our board regionally, and it was important for us to launch one in the north so that we would have 2 sites. At this time, without the school being ready in the north, the facility itself for September, we feel it would be misguided to say that we could have an iSTEM program running in the north for next September. So we'd like to share that particular implication for you this evening, because Aldershot's team has been working very hard for their open house that they're hosting next week. And they would like to be very clear with all parents in our board that there will only be one site for the upcoming 2021 year. We felt that we want to launch an iSTEM program in the North to be very strong as it is at Aldershot. And at this time, without a facility to be able to manage that, we feel that would be erroneous to make a statement that we could match the excellent program that's Aldershot at this time because of facilities. So I appreciate that other components of this board report will be able to be implemented, particularly if I look at Kilbride, that's an easy one to go forward with. But there's some other ones that are a little more complicated, and Fred Thibault has been working with us pretty tightly on and his team on what could be. So we'd like to put that to more thinking in the next 2 weeks and bring that forward for you for your consideration and knowledge. So thank you very much for indulging me in sharing that news this evening. While it's disappointing, at the same time, we believe in launching our programs to be strong, to be vibrant, and you need facilities in order to launch some programs, some other programs not so much. But with an iSTEM program and the interdisciplinary pieces of those things and building community partnerships, we really need a facility that can house that at this time. Happen for kids in Milton. Thank you.
Through Chair Benz, I would just like to add, if trustees recall, we brought a report around Nelson some weeks ago around a delay in the Nelson project, and we outlined the reasons there were delays. We have a meeting in facilities early next week. I should say, as acting superintendent of facilities, I have a meeting next week with the facilities staff to confirm what Superintendent Newton has talked about. But the report will talk not just about the implications around boundary review, but if there is indeed a delay, and it's certain that's what we will be bringing to you next week, but we will finalize that on Monday of next week. But I'd be less than honest if I would say there's a better than 2 or 3% chance that it would be ready for September 2021. We'll bring those implications, and we will also outline the challenges we've had in the build so that the community can know and they're not dissimilar to the ones we had with Pearson, delays in approvals, etc., delays in supply chains, COVID has slowed it down, and so on. So we'll bring that report for information for trustees next week. Thanks. Or next board meeting, I should say.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item. There are no speakers on the speakers list, just if anybody was wondering. Okay, so I'd like to draw your attention to item 423, multi-year plan 2020-2024, report 20107 and appendix, submitted by Associate Director Bogue. Vice Chair Al Harrison, would you like to move this item?
Yes, please. That would be great. Thank you.
Yes, I would.
Okay, I'm going to.
You're off your mic. You're muted.
Oh,
I was?
No, I was
I'm
muted.
sorry, yeah.
Okay. I'll read the recommendation. I don't know how I ended up muted. So be it resolved that the Halton District School Board adopt the 2020 to 2024 multi-year plan as outlined appended to report 20107. Be it further resolved that a communication strategy be developed to launch this new plan, and that materials include information to contextualize the plan to demonstrate connection to all aspects of the board's work. So, Associate Director Bogue, go right ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And on behalf of Vice Chair Al Harrison and myself, I wanted to extend our appreciation for the work of trustees and senior staff in development of the plan. That you've had a couple of weeks to review the plan. I just wanted to make a couple of reminders to trustees. The images in the plan, as we had mentioned last week, are still draft, and we are looking at doing a little bit more work on the images, wanting to ensure that they are representative of our student population, that there's a balance of elementary and secondary images there within the plan. I also wanted to just mention to the trustees that there is work being done around some content on our board website where the plan will be housed. To address that second part of the motion, put a little bit of context around the plan, talk about the purpose of a multi-year plan, some information around the development, how we're going to assess our progress in the plan, and how does it connect to the other various plans that we have, the operational plan, the board improvement plan for student achievement, special education plan, and so on. So that work is underway as well. There has been a little bit of feedback since 2 weeks ago around the ordering of the pillars within the plan. And I think Superintendent Etoff may have some comments to make during the question and answer period around that as well. So I just wanted to highlight that for trustees so that we don't miss that. And certainly Trustee L. Harrison and I would be happy to take any questions that you might have. And Trustee L. Harrison, I don't know if you have any additional comments that you'd like to share as well, perhaps.
Just to say thank you to one and all, including staff, members of the community, and students who have had input into this. And I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to manifest itself over the next few years.
Okay, I'm looking to the speakers list. Director Miller, did you want to say something?
I do. I want to thank, as I think I thanked them at the last meeting, but the shepherding and helping us navigate through this multi-year process, a planning process of Associate Director Bogue and Vice Chair Harrison. I think we have produced a very good, an excellent multi-year plan that's easy to read and accessible to our communities. I also want to thank Superintendent Zonnefeld and Trustee Shuttleworth for facilitating the meetings that helped us get where we have got. I would like Superintendent Etoff to comment briefly on what we are thinking about the pillars as we're moving the Indigenous pillar further to the left, and he can talk a little bit about the rationale for that.
Thanks very much, Director Miller. Yes, as we've been reviewing the diagram that's included in the board package, and been doing some ongoing thinking about the 5 different pillars and the positionality, we've been having some discussions with respect to our Indigenous perspectives and awareness pillar, and its position amongst the pillars. So at the moment, it's in the far right, and as in terms of Western society, we tend to read left to right. So some may say it's the last pillar, and I think we need to keep in mind as distinct and independent nations. Indigenous peoples possess inherent rights to self-determination. These inherent rights were not endowed by any nation, rather, through self-determination. Indigenous peoples freely and independently determine and exercise their own political, social, and cultural systems. And this is consistent with the recognition of Indigenous rights under the Constitution. And constitutionally, the guaranteed rights of First Nations are sacred, our sacred obligation that we carry forward. So I think that's one point. I think the second point certainly relates to truth and reconciliation, and we know the history, legacy, and continuing evidence, concerning Canada's Indigenous populations is clear that it's long past time to take serious action to bring about change, and our board has definitely demonstrated a commitment towards that over the years. This is really about further accelerating and accentuating that commitment. So framing Indigenous realities and ways of knowing or perspectives as a distinct pillar and positioning that pillar first. So on the far left as opposed to the far right within the HDSB multi-year plan. I believe, demonstrates the HDSB's renewed commitment to this important work, and also acknowledges, of course, the distinct nature of the relationship that we have with Indigenous people. So that's some of the thinking that we've been doing around that possible change.
Okay. Looking to the speakers list. So there may be someone popping on the list, but I just, while we're waiting for that, I just wanted to say that I'm very proud of the work that has gone into this plan. I feel that we have consulted broadly. I feel that we have listened. We've taken, it's now almost a full year since we began this process. And it's been very interesting. And I too want to thank everybody for being involved in it, putting a lot of thought and discussion into it. And I think that it's a very interesting roadmap for where we want to be in 2024. Now, a small question, and this is probably sort of talking about the next step. This is to Associate Director Bogue. I know that traditionally, I mean, this is only my second term, but traditionally the operational plan seems to focus part of its metrics on things like EQAO and OSLT. And I know those things aren't running as per usual this year. So are staff looking at different sort of metrics for development of the operational plan?
Thanks for that question. Through you, Madam Chair, to you and all trustees. We have been wrestling with that exact issue, and we want to ensure that where we choose a very specific target, like a numerical target, for example, an EQAO or something like that, that we've got a reliable data source that we can use to measure our success or our progress. We also need to have a baseline with which to compare. And I think we got caught in the last plan a little bit with not necessarily having a good baseline data for each of the areas. And so we struggled with that target setting. And in some cases, we met the target within the first semester of the first year. And in other cases, we really didn't set realistic targets. So we've been working through a process trying to understand what data is available to us and how we will measure our success. And what we are toying with, and we'd certainly be interested in the trustees' feedback on this, is for the first year, looking at, instead of setting numerical targets where we maybe don't have good baseline data just yet, is use the first year to talk about our success based on more of a look for, that anecdotal look for approach, and use the first year to establish baseline data. Like how are we going to collect mathematics scores, for example, if that's an area of need, if EQAO is not running. So we might still think that that's an area of need, but we're going to have to find a different set of data to measure our success or progress in that area. So that's the approach that we're thinking right now. We've got an operational plan that's still pretty drafty, waiting for the approval of the multi-year plan, and then that will come to the board, and we'll certainly seek trustee feedback around how we do that. We also need to think realistically. We've only got, by the time that the operational plan comes to the board, it'll be December. So we really only got about a half a year with which to really look at measuring our progress as well. So I think that first year may be really well served in trying to understand and collect and determine how we're going to measure success rather than perhaps choosing unwisely and picking numerical targets that are going to be difficult to measure.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I do think, especially since EQAO also seems to be changing, that we can't even look to the past really to have reliable data to use to move forward. So I think we are at a crossroads here, and I think that we really can look at this as a way to perhaps, as Vice Chair Harrison likes to say, build back better with some new ideas. So I really appreciate your response. So there are people now on the speakers list. So I will give the floor to Trustee Shuttleworth.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry. All right. Through you, Chair. I don't know if this is to Associate Director Bogue or Superintendent Eton, and I'm just struggling. Are we referring to them as pillars? So we have the 5 areas, and you both spoke to them as pillars, and I think of, so for me, I think of pillars as standalone columns. And this is just a shift in, I don't know, terminology, but were we not trying to think of it as more of a melding of the, I don't know. I just was thinking about this while you were both talking. Are they pillars? Or is that what we're going to be calling them? Just as a question.
I can jump in there. Thank you for that, Trustee Shuttleworth. I think we had a lot of conversation early on, and I think we should probably ensure that we are all on the same page so that we're using the same language moving forward. I think where we were landing, and we have to kind of reach way back, because when we paused this work, it's been about 6 months. We were talking about commitments and commitment areas. I think the term pillar is coming from the graphic, because although they're not pillars, they're sort of 5 columns, if you will. And so maybe that's something that, as we, once the plan is finalized, we really need to be clear. And maybe that can be built out on the public website, where we put a little bit of context around the plan to make sure that our nomenclature is consistent. Because it's a great question that you've asked. Pillars, commitments, goals, what are our goals, what are our measures, all of that language, I think we've got to be really clear and consistent on.
Yeah, and through the chair, I would just add that in terms of the design process, it's while you can look at them as columns or pillars or whatever, we've been very intentional in terms of the design process, and in terms of offering this thread that runs across the top of them, and very purposely and very intentionally weaves these areas together and ties them together to show the intersectionality across them.
Great, thank you very much. That's just what I was, thank you. You've cleared it up. Thank you.
Okay, I know Vice Chair Harrison's next, but we have to have a motion to extend. So, okay, Trustee Shuttleworth in the room here has said a half an hour. I think it's going to take more than that, but we'll. Okay, I need a seconder for Trustee Rocha's seconding.
I think it'll be more than half an hour. I think the U.S. election will be decided before we finish.
Trustee Daniele. That's weeks away.
Which election? The one yesterday or 2024?
Exactly.
How about 45 minutes? Can I, yeah, I'm seeing nodding, 45 minutes. Okay, so we have. Okay, so Trustee Shuttleworth moves it, Trustee Rocha seconds it. Any further discussion other than Trustee Daniele?
Much more, 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Okay, so all those in favor of a 45-minute extension? Okay, and that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So Vice Chair Al Harrison, you're up. The floor is yours for your next question.
Super, thanks very much, and through you, Madam Chair. I certainly agree with the operational plan approach that was just talked about, just with respect to feeling our way on some metrics that are going to be meaningful for each of these commitments. But my question or comment, I guess, should be focused on the multi-year plan, and that is just about the notion of rearranging the commitments. And we did consult on it the way that it was, and there was some sentiment that, learning and achievement, sorry, I don't have it open right now, was appropriately the center. But at the same point, they're all equal and intertwined. So I feel like even additional work on the graphic to show a circle, which symbolically is an Indigenous piece as well, just that we don't get ourselves too wound up about debating at this point in time which one should go first and which one should go, because I think it opens a whole can of worms. But and that we've built commitment and constituency around a way that it's displayed. I am certainly committed to the Indigenous commitment. Maybe we can do some extra work on how that's how it's all graphically displayed, and some additional writing, no matter what order it goes into, or maybe it switches order on different things. I don't know, because again, I am really reticent to open a big discussion on which one comes first, because they're not supposed to be prioritized. That's how we as a group decided we were going to move ahead. The end.
Can I make a comment on that, Chair Gerbrands?
Yes.
I think that's a fair comment, Vice Chair Al Harrison, because we have done some consultation. I would just say, though, I think that the change that Superintendent Etoff and his team have suggested might be a fairly easy one, though. And I think the suggestion was to swap both goalposts, if you will, the equity and the Indigenous section, so that the learning and achievement is still in the sort of central. And you're absolutely right. We've talked about there's not a priority around these things, but there may be a bit of optics perhaps around this. I did check with our graphic designer, who's been working on the artwork for it. It is an easy change in terms of the color and the layout, those kinds of pieces. But your point is fair. I certainly accept that, but I also think that the change would be relatively easy to make without disrupting the sort of visual piece or the central learning and achievement piece as well. So I don't know if Superintendent Etoff has any additional comments around that.
No, I think you've covered it, David. It's an easy change to make in terms of flipping the equity, as you say, the two different goalposts, and keeping learning and achievement at the center. And this is just one graphic. As we start to design, the website and all the other accompanying materials over time, we'll certainly take it into consideration, along with maybe some additional language as well, to really reinforce this thread and equality that exists across these different commitment areas.
Okay. Vice Chair Harrison, do you have any follow-up? Nope. Okay. There are no more speakers on the speakers list. So, oh, sorry, Trustee Oliver, go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, just I am going to look a little bit further ahead, and I'm going to address a comment made by Associate Director Bogue around selection of some of the measures in the past operational plan that maybe were not appropriate or inadequate or whatever. And that just makes me think of, I think at the last meeting, I started to kind of wrap my mind around the fact that because this year is so very different and because standardized testing will not be proceeding as per usual, so we will not have a lot of those measures, we do need to think about what else can we capture, what is important, and particularly this year, because this school year is so very different. So certainly talking about qualitative as opposed to quantitative measures will be an appropriate approach. And, looking specifically at the areas that we have identified, coming up with what do we want to measure, what can we measure. And I think this is where our relationship with our internal research department will be important, because they likely have an inventory of all the data that we collect and what measures we can pull from that, surveys we can develop ourselves, and what's out there in the field that will measure, for instance, mental health, and compile that, come up with an inventory, and see what's appropriate and what can we tweak and do internally for our operational plan. So that's just my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm looking on my screen here. I'm looking to the speakers list. I don't see any hands waving or anything. So I'm going to call the question. So we're going to vote on approving or adopting the 2020 to 2024 multi-year plan, and that a communication strategy be developed. So all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are up to the next item, which is related to one of the presentations we had earlier. So item number 424, Welcome Center, report 20116. Trustee Gray, would you like to move this item?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
And Trustee Rocha, would you like to second?
Yes, I would. Thanks.
Excellent. So I'll read the recommendation. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board confirm its commitment to continuing its international education program in compliance with the guidelines for accepting international students that have been established by the Ontario Ministry of Education and the Canadian federal government. Superintendent Truffin, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I really don't. I thank you. I thank all the trustees. I think Dean and Eric gave a great presentation earlier in the evening. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Excellent. I see Trustee Rocha has a question.
Yes, I do. So through the chair to Superintendent Truffin, in the report, it talks about recruiting. So from which countries have we been actively recruiting? And do we have plans to go to other countries?
Thank you very much, the chair to Trustee Rocha. We have many countries represented, international fee-paying students represented, and we have agents from literally across the world, across Europe, across Asia, South America. There is no question a higher percentage of our fee-paying international students are from Asia and China, but we have been able to recruit other students from just recently Italy and Spain as well. But yes, we have a number of reputable agents that we work with. And Dean Barnes has a fantastic relationship with our agents. Thank you.
Okay, there are no other questions no other speakers on the speakers list. I'm sure that's having to do with the excellent presentation we had earlier this evening. So I would ask my fellow trustees to vote on this motion. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to the next one. This is the last motion action item of this evening. It is number 425, SEAC Membership Report 20118. Trustee Oliver, would you like to move this item?
Yes, I will move the item. Thank you.
Excellent. Trustee Shuttleworth, would you like to second?
Sure, I would.
Okay, excellent. I will read the motion. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the recommended appointment of Sarah Lansley as an HDSB SEAC alternative representative for Easter Seals, Ontario Halton. Trustee Oliver, did you have something to say? Your microphone's on.
Oh, sorry. No, but I can.
Sure, go right ahead, and then I'll give the floor to Superintendent Zonnefeld right after.
Okay. No, I'm just pleased to see this report come forward. And I was actually looking at our list of associations and representatives, and it's great to have an alternate member. We don't have an alternate, so that's something that I'll raise at the SEAC meeting on December. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent Zonnefeld, go right ahead.
Through the chair to trustees, Trustee Oliver has done a great job with my report. So thank you for that. And I really have nothing more to report. This is just a recommendation from Easter Seals Halton for an alternate, which we haven't had for that organization for a number of years. So we're pleased to have that recommendation come forward. And if this could be recognized by the board and potentially supported at the next meeting, that alternate would be in place in time for the December SEAC meeting. I'd be happy to take any questions.
I do have a speaker on the speakers list. Trustee Shuttleworth, go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Superintendent Zonnefeld. So this is kind of carrying on from what Trustee Oliver was speaking about. Do we or are we able to actively recruit members of SEAC from other associations that might not be represented at the table?
Through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, yes, we certainly can do that. That has been an initiative of SEAC in the past. We have actively connected with other associations trying to get more voice from those organizations at SEAC with varying degrees of success. So, certainly we can raise that again at SEAC and try and do more of that. It's always good to have more voice and representation of our students with special needs in our communities.
And so quick follow-up. So there is whereas the members at large have to come at the beginning of that 4-year term, general members that are representative associations can join at any time?
Yes, the board has the ability to do that.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, so there are no other speakers on the speakers list. So I will call the question. So all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we are up to 5.0, communications to the board. We've already had the student trustee report, so we will move on to Well, action items for November 18th, there currently aren't any, but rest assured there will be something that shows up. No worries about that. Okay, and so we're up to information items for this evening, and there's only one item, but it's generally a large one. 531, reopening schools update. Director Miller and the senior team.
Thank you, Chair Drabantz. I will turn it immediately over to Superintendent Ruddock.
Thank you. Through the chair to trustees. As you may know, the ministry released a memo at the end of last week that intends to alleviate some of the pressures on school administrators and school boards, and that's alleviating some of the administrative requirements tied to some of their initiatives. And this request was put forward through code, and it is really a recognition that this year is an unusual year, and that our schools and our staff have other competing pressures and additional pressures. And so a few examples of things that the ministry has removed in terms of an administrative pressure is appraisals for vice principals, principals, and experienced teachers. This does give the opportunity for school administrators to focus on supporting new teachers through the new teacher induction program and appraisals for new teachers. School councils can continue to meet virtually, and they have extended the time by which they need to have their election. As you may already know, it also permits Board of Trustees to continue to meet virtually. It eliminates some of the requirements for paperwork for submitting claims for special funding for students with a certain special education needs. It's removing the requirement this year for the EDI, which is the Early Development Instrument, a tool that's completed in kindergarten to assess the developmental health of our young students. The MISA report, which is managing information for student achievement, does not need to be completed this year. And a student success action plan also doesn't need to be submitted this year. And it's certainly not to suggest that those areas aren't a focus of work for the board, but the administrative requirements to submit to the ministry are not required this year. So those are all really good news pieces from a board perspective and from a school perspective, in that we can focus on what's important right now, and that is students, their well-being, and teaching and learning. I'm going to turn it over now to Superintendent Hun Gibbons, and she's going to touch on a few more things that are paused this year.
Good evening, everyone. The first I'd like to update the board on has to do with EQAO, and I know that most of you are already aware. However, the literacy test, which is a graduation requirement, has been waived for students who are graduating this year. At this point, we believe the test will still be occurring in the spring, and it becomes an opportunity that is there so that younger students can try it, and it becomes field tested and most likely online, but it is no longer tied for this year's cohort to their graduation, which means that our students who are going to be graduating mid-year no longer have to worry about an adjudication process, as that has been waived for them. Grade 9 mathematics EQAO, again, is field testing only this year. We are not participating in the Quad 1 field testing, and that is the decision also of our coterminous board, and has to do with the timelines of which this was coming out. We're at the end of Quad for our students. It was very, very packed, and EQAO came out with timelines that didn't make the onboarding for staff, students, and administrators possible to do prior to the end of the Quad. EQAO is aware of that and has said that you participate where you can, and so we participate in Quads 2, 3, and 4 moving forward. As an update to what's been going on with retimetabling and restaffing, I'd like you to know that we are on schedule and that students can expect to get their new cohorting and new timetabling information on November 9th through 11th. And now I turn it over to Sari with an update on the staffing.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunt-Gibbons. So through you, Chair Gerbens, to the board. As you know, the window to switch the learning model for secondary students closed 3 weeks ago. As you've been informed, roughly 1,400 students, over 1,400 students switched their learning model from the traditional school to virtual schools. And about 100 students went the other way, moved from a virtual school learning model to traditional schools. And since then, HR, our secondary SOs, virtual school admins, IT staff have been working quite hard to complete that task of sectioning, staffing, and timetabling. And obviously the experience of Quad 1 came in handy in terms of being more efficient and industrious. So again, given these numbers, you have 1,400 students moving from the virtual schools to, from the traditional school to the virtual school. Obviously, allocations had to be shifted from the traditional schools to the virtual schools in terms of sections. But I'm happy to say that, all permanent staffs remained at their home schools, or they're shared now with their virtual schools. It's not a matter of a surplus or redundancy. It's a temporary sharing of staff. So again, there's no redundancy with our staff, which is good news. There's no surplus. Our LTO placements have now been completed. And again, it's a process that was done in accordance to Regulation 274, even though it was revoked, but it's a process that was in place prior to revocation, so it had to go through. And any remaining permanent or LTO sections will be staffed through the ad process. And that will start tomorrow. And then we can now turn our attention to the elementary puzzle. And that's the update from staffing.
Hi, I'm here to share with you the update around the elementary model change. The switch form for changing models is now closed for elementary. And as trustees will recall, this process is an extensive 5-week process when parents have to make those decisions that they think is best for their children. IT will then take the data, provide that data to schools. School staff move students accordingly. This time we have 2,400 moves in our system that have just been completed for elementary students. And then human resources will take that information and put in place the reorganization for November 30th, which is fast approaching. So in a nutshell, we have 600 students that will be returning from virtual schools to in-person in elementary. And we have 1,800 students that will be moving from in-person to virtual. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Looking at the speakers list, there's no one on it right now. So, okay. Trustee Shuttleworth is getting on the list right now. Okay. Go right ahead, Trustee Shuttleworth.
Okay, so through you, Chair, to Superintendent Blackwell. So with those shifts, with the 1,800 shifting to virtual and I will say the inevitable shifting of classes, I'm assuming there'll be a shuffle of students as well.
Through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, yes, there will definitely, we are staffed for the same number of students that we have currently, right? So when we move students and students are changing, we will move them according to the model that they've chosen. Now, we do have, as you recall, 600 students that will be moving from the virtual school back to in-person. Mm-hmm. So we will fill those classes first and then add new classes to have minimal disruption in the virtual class organizations. It may mean that I might be a student in Burlington and parents would have acknowledged this, and I might have a spot in a class in a North virtual school. And that was part of the process when they completed the form. And in bricks and mortar schools, which, as classes, we have class sizes. So it may mean reorganization within classes, depending on the number of students that have been, that have changed models.
So can I have a follow-up? So what, supports, particularly for the virtual students, will be in place? Changing classes and is hard. They've had these established relationships with their teachers, and now secondary is easy because you're going quadmester by quadmester, so it's a change anyway. But when you're in elementary school and you forge those relationships, I'm just wondering what types of safety nets do we have in place for our students' well-being in the shift of a classroom, particularly when they don't have those support networks, those real support networks that they have from having friends around them.
So through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, we have, each year, and not at this time of year, but each year we do have reorganizations in our system. So our staff is very skilled with working with students and families on those transitions. We have learned from the first process that we had this September and some of the pieces in connecting with students, even as simple as, how do I log in? How do I communicate with my teacher? Where do I find my materials? That process has been refined, and Superintendent Pennyfather has overseen that and then made sure that that is part of our process in the timelines leading up to the November 30th switch. So there'll be communications to families and to students prior to that first day in their new setting.
Okay, there are no other speakers on the speaker. Oh, sorry, Jean is waving. Go right ahead, Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Superintendent Hunt-Gibbons. I'm wondering, after the first quadmester has been completed and everything's wrapped up and marks have been created, will there be a report given to us on the credit accumulation rate after quadmester 1?
Through the chair to Trustee Gray, if that's something that the trustees are interested in, I can certainly provide you with that data. Not a problem. So I can bring that forward to the next board meeting.
Okay. Looking on my screen here as well, I just want to comment that, I find it very interesting that we have 600 elementary students going back into our bricks and mortar schools. And I think that says something about how safe families feel in our schools. I think it really speaks to the fact that we haven't had any outbreaks in any of our schools, and people are feeling safe. I know that as a parent of a child in elementary school who's in brick and mortar school, I've seen a positive change from the spring to now because he's in a classroom, and I think probably those 600 students' families are hoping for that as well. Going back into our system, I don't know for certain. I'm just guessing, but it's good to see. Superintendent Ruddock, did you have anything else you'd like to say? No.
Nope, that's the end of the report. Thank you.
Oh, I see some people popped on the list. Trustee Reynolds, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Through the chair. My question is, I was interested in knowing whether we're capturing any data on the reasons why families or students are moving to switching from virtual to in class. Do we have, because I haven't seen the questionnaire, I don't currently have a student in the system, so I wondered whether we're asking them or understanding what is motivating them to make a change, if there's any sort of other data that we could pull from this.
So through the chair to Trustee Reynolds, we are not collecting that data. I think one of the things that we are doing is providing the information to families and letting them make their personal choice based on their current situation. You talked a little bit, the chair talked a little bit about people feeling confident in what's happening in their local setting and returning. We don't know the reasons why people may make different choices, and that may have something to do with conditions outside of the school as well. Trustees will be happy to know that within students that are returning to in-person, we have reached out to families individually that have selected homeschooling, which is a totally different option, where they were actually taken off our register, and we have students returning to the system as well. I would think that our schools are very informed in terms of some of those reasons, and a lot of medical reasons, but again, personal choice. And that might be something that we can have conversations about with our schools as superintendents, and find out what some of those reasons may be for schools that have a higher rate of students that are not returning to the in-person learning. That might be a way to look at it.
Mm-hmm. Just a follow-up. I think that might be, when we start to talk about building back better, looking for improvements, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for, I want to call it the exit interview, just an opportunity to sort of get a snapshot, whether it is health related, COVID related, or if there's something else. If something else is bubbling up that we don't know about. And I appreciate the schools are very much in touch with people, but certainly I've been talking to families, a couple recently who I didn't realize left our system to do homeschooling. And so it was, I was just having an aha moment where I thought, it'd be nice to sort of, I wonder if it would be helpful to us to get a little bit more data on the movement of students while they're going back and forth. So.
Okay. Trustee Shuttleworth. Oh, sure. Trustee Rocha. And then Trustee Shuttleworth.
Your first time.
Thank you. So through the chair to Superintendent Ruddock. So right now when a classroom is asked to self-isolate for 2 weeks, the teacher does go back to the school and teach from the classroom. Are there any other assignments that the teacher is prohibited from doing? So for example, can this teacher who's teaching by herself or he's teaching by himself in a classroom, can they do duty outside? Can they teach in another classroom? So I'm just trying to understand what they are allowed to do and not allowed to do in a class.
So through the chair to Trustee Rocha. We're quite pleased that when there has been a case in a classroom and the class is considered high risk and is dismissed, the teacher almost always has been considered low risk. And as we heard from Dr. Magani this evening in her presentation, this is really related to the personal protective equipment that they are wearing, and that really it's healthcare professionals and school staff who have access to PPE and in the workplace. And so it's quite remarkable and that we have access to that level of protection, and it's working because our staff have been consistently been deemed low risk. So that means they are not at risk of the exposure from the classroom, the potential exposure in the classroom, and can continue on with all of their duties as usual, whether that is teaching in other classrooms, supervision of other students during a nutrition break. In some cases, we have students who were absent on the dates of exposure, and therefore they continue to attend school So they may have 2 or 3 students in the class, and the teacher at that point is teaching synchronously both the kids at home and the kids in the classroom. So really their ability to continue on with work and their personal life continues on as normal because they have been deemed low risk. We do afford teachers the opportunity when the class is dismissed and there are no students that will be coming to school for the learning. Teachers have the choice to work from home during that period of isolation, but it's not out of a concern of exposure. It's really just a benefit that's being offered to them given that their students aren't in the building.
Okay, Trustee Shuttleworth.
All right, thank you again. Through you, Chair. I think back to Superintendent Blackwell. So the numbers that you speak about, the 600 back to in-person and the 1,800 to virtual, are they coming from certain regions or is it dispersed across Halton? And again, are they seen in particular grades? Those are my questions.
So through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, the grade distribution is pretty even across the grades, as with secondary. There is a greater proportion of students that will be in virtual north. The numbers are approximately, to start the November 30th date, we'll have about 6,000 in the north, 3,000 in the west, and 5,000 in the east. And we also have students with special education needs that are in self-contained programs. We have them in the west, and we've moved them purposely to one location so that we can create program for them and honor the class size that is indicated by their program. So we've staffed those schools accordingly. The proportions are pretty similar to as they were in September.
And what about the kids coming back to the classroom? Are they in a certain area or are they dispersed across?
They're dispersed across. More, as you would expect, schools that had larger populations, the larger return is in those schools with larger populations.
Okay, there are no more speakers on the speakers list. So thank you very much for the reopening schools report from all the staff. I know you're working really hard, and it takes a lot to manage this new way of doing things, these multiple systems that we're having to deal with. Really amazing, actually, that all the work that's being done so that our students can achieve and wow. Okay, so we are now moving up to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? I'm looking to the screen. I'm looking to the speakers list. Seeing none. Okay, director's report.
Thank you, Chair Trebetz. I have 2 items for director's report. The first one, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Nagoy to talk about the capital priorities funding announcements that were just made this week, which we weren't part of.
Through Chair Gerbens to all trustees, I have 2 parts to my update. First, you'll recall in July, the Premier and the Minister announced the capital priority for 2029 and 2020, and at that point in time, they approved 45 projects province-wide, and we had received our priority number 1 and priority number 3 from the submissions that we had sent into the ministry. So the Oakville Northeast, the Oakville Northeast number 1 high school and the Milton Southwest number 12 public school. On October 20th, there was an announcement that the 2020-2021 capital priority allocation has been made. 550 million have been allocated to provide funding for 20 new schools and 8 additions province-wide. Unfortunately, we were not successful to receive funding for the business cases that were not awarded as part of the 2019-2020 capital priorities. And namely, our priority number 2 was Oakville Northeast number 3 public school, which we were hoping to put forward as our first priority in this upcoming capital funding. In the interest of time, the ministry has not officially released a 2020-2021 submission process. Instead, there was a review of capital submissions from the prior round, and some boards were successful. Unfortunately, we were not. The next round of capital priorities will be in the spring of 2021, and we will at that point bring a list of the priorities for the capital submissions to the board. And of course, our Oakville number 3 public school Northeast number 3 will be the first one. The second announcement that was made recently is with regards to the resilience infrastructure stream of funding. It's a collaboration between the provincial and the federal funding. The federal government, the funding will be $700 million in additional capital funding that addresses capital projects, school renewal type of projects in schools that focus on the health and well-being of students. Some of these retrofits focus on air ventilation, reconfiguring spaces to allow for more physical distancing, outdoor learning spaces to increase that outdoor playground areas for students, improving access points for internet so that it helps with the virtual schools, etc. The funding will be allocated to boards on a submission process basis. So we have to actually put forward a list of projects. They have to be approved by both the provincial and the federal government. The submission is due November 18th, and the projects have to start by September 2021 and be completed by December of 2021 as well. So we are excited to hear about the additional funding. The timing is short to bring forward projects that will meet the criteria. We are working together with the facility staff on a number of projects to put forward. And then we have to wait until probably about mid to end of January to find out which projects have been approved. It will be complementing the list of projects that I was going to say Superintendent Miller, Director Miller has provided as part of the school renewal program that trustees just approved earlier this year. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Drabantz, I will add that we will bring the list of, we're meeting next week to discuss what our final choices are for that federal funding, and we will bring that to the board to see what we are suggesting. Our plan is to put more than what we think we will get, simply because we think that's a good strategy. I would also comment on the fact that we did not get the funding for the elementary school in Northeast Oakville number 3. Trustee Amos, I'm sure, will be aware that this is going to be a problem for us, and I think all trustees should be aware of it. The housing is going up there rapidly, and we're already behind with that school, and we still don't have it. This will be a problem in the coming years. Well, I guess we'll leave it at that.
Okay, there is a question from Trustee Amos.
Through you, to Superintendent Nagoy. So basically, they awarded the next capital projects without asking boards to submit their next capital priorities. Is that what I heard? They went from the old list. They didn't come back to boards and ask for their next set of priorities. Yes. See you not.
Yes, the short answer is yes. With a mindset to save time, given the current environment, unfortunately, there was no collaboration or discussions with the school boards in order to discuss those priorities that were remaining from the prior submission. So there was no consultation as part of that decision.
And on that, on that previous submission, our number one priority was Northeast Oakville number one. Well, I guess Northeast Oakville High School, which
Yeah.
we got. Number two was Northeast Oakville number 3 elementary.
So I'm getting multiple emails on a daily basis about the next school, especially from the area that is east of Trafalgar, that area that is exploding. And I keep explaining that we have to wait till capital funding happens and we can't do anything about it. I think I may have to reach out to our local MPP and say how disappointed I am about the last round and see if she can do something about the next time. Thank you very much.
Okay. And is there another item, Director Miller?
Yeah, just one quick one. If trustees will recall, I'm sure you do recall, a couple of years ago we did a human rights symposium, and it was on the Indigenous experiences. And then the intent was to do one every year. We had one planned for December 2019, and the theme was Rights of the Child. And we had enlisted or engaged 2 dynamite speakers, Stephen Lewis, who you all know, and Michelle Chikawananine, who was a child soldier. You'll be happy to know that you're not happy to know that was postponed due to the labor challenges we had in December 2019. But I will now turn it over to Superintendent Etoff because we've got some good news around it.
Yes, it's nice to finish up tonight sharing some good news. We have come to terms with Stephen Lewis and Michelle, and they are going to be joining us on Friday, January the 22nd. Unfortunately, it's going to look very differently than what we had originally planned back in, as Director Miller said, back for December 2019. So this will be happening January 22nd of 2021, obviously. The focus will remain the rights of the child. It'll obviously be live streamed and virtual. It will be focused on internal audiences. If some visitors want to join us externally, that's fine, but that isn't going to be the focus. We're going to with this particular session, we're going to keep it focused internally and therefore avoid all of the issues around registration and so forth. So it'll be open to staff and open to to some of our students hopefully as well. So we're just working through the logistics now. We're going to be kind of reforming very quickly, doing some quick planning with our steering team. And again, the focus will be on the rights of the child. However, we are asking for both speakers, as they probably would anyways, to thread through this broader focus of our current context around anti-Black racism and anti-Indigenous racism, and try and thread that through their topics and through their talks. So. It'll be a one-day piece with Stephen Lewis speaking in the morning, with a short Q&A afterwards, followed by a break, and then Michelle in the afternoon, again with his talk, followed by a short Q&A. Thank you.
And that's it for me, Chair Drabens.
Okay, it's that wonderful time of the night where we have to ask for another motion to extend. We do have to go into a private session to finish off what we were talking about. Chatting in this room here, we were looking at 15 or 20 minutes. So could I have someone who will make that motion? Oh, Trustee Rocha, thank you. Seconded? Oh, Trustee Shuttleworth is seconded. Okay, excellent. Are there any discussion on, let's say 20 and hope we're out at 15? Okay, no discussion. So if you could please vote on that. And that carries unanimously. Okay, so we're extending for 20 minutes. We're going to be done in 15. Okay, so director's report is done. Communications from the chair. I'm just going to draw your attention to the fact that we have 4 letters in there. They're all from Waterloo Region. One of them supports our letter about rapid testing or getting tests done faster. And we heard from Dr. Magani that locally things are okay for getting the test, but the big problem seems to be on the back end. Committee reports. Are there any committee reports at all? My speakers list. Trustee Reynolds, go right ahead.
Thank you. Just a reminder to my co-trustees that audit committee is meeting Tuesday, November 10th from 2 to 5. Front session is at 2. And also all the audit members are invited to attend our committee of the whole on the following day, on the Wednesday, November the 11th, I believe. So you'll be seeing them there.
Okay, great. Are there any other committee reports? Trustee Oliver.
Thank you. Yeah, so SEAC, Special Education Advisory Committee, met last night, and I'll have a report for our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind trustees that the OPSPA Central West meeting is taking part virtually this Saturday from 9 to noon. You should have received an invitation to it. If you did not, please let Gina or myself know.
Okay, great. And seeing no other committee reports, moving on to trustee questions and comments. Looking to the speakers list. Don't see any. I just have one quick one. I've done 2 presentations for Local Government Week that was spread across 2 weeks. And I just wanted to say that for any teachers out there listening, I'd welcome any other invitations to speak to classes. And for Trustee Garrett's, Kyle Wilson says hello. And there's no, Trustee Rocha, go right ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to whoever. I noticed there's a lot more interest in outdoor education, yet we're still keeping kids indoors for recess when it's light rain outside. So what protocols do we have in place to allow children to go outside during recess in the rain, especially when we want them learning outdoors?
Through you, Chair Grabans, to Trustee Rocha, I would suspect that it varies from school to school, and because it's principal decisions around whether the students go out or not. But I would look to one of the superintendents. Either Superintendent Salmini or Ruddock or someone with elementary experience. Go ahead, Colette.
Through the chair to Trustee Rocha, it certainly is a shifting perspective. I think we heard that in the school presentation this evening when Brian Slemko spoke to students going out in all weather. But as Director Miller said, really the principal knows their community and the openness of that community to take kids outside in all weather. And so they certainly have the flexibility to get kids outdoors, but also making sure that they're in alignment with their own community's expectations.
Okay, do you have a follow-up?
My only follow-up is someone might be getting a letter from my 9-year-old. That's it.
Okay. Okay, so no one else is on the speakers list, so I need a motion to rise into public. Trustee Gray, will you make that motion? Oh, I think just having technical. Why don't Vice Chair Harrison, will you make a motion to rise into to private? Yes. Okay, and Trustee Reynolds, will you second that motion? Yes. Excellent. Is there any discussion on rising into private? No. So, all those in favor of rising into private? I need more screens. And I believe that carries. Yeah, carries. Thank you very much. Unanimously. Okay, we are now in private session. So why don't we